Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamir. The National Assembly Committee on Appointments is set to reconvene today to vet President William Ruto's nominees for Attorney General and Cabinet Secretary for East African Affairs and Regional Development. If confirmed, Beatrice School will lead the EAC docket, while Dorcas Oduor will become the country's first female Attorney General. School, a long-time ally of opposition leader Raila Odinga, previously served as the CEC for Water, Irrigation, Agriculture and Land Reclamation in the Turkana County Government, while Oduor is currently the Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions. President William Ruto nominated the duo last week, days after nominating 19 others who took the oath of office on Thursday. The vetting committee, chaired by Moses Wetangula, will assess their suitability and present a report to the National Assembly, either declining or approving their nominations. Police have appealed to Safina Party leader Jimmy Wanjigi to surrender to authorities after they raided his residence on Thursday. Addressing the press outside Okoh House last evening, Acting Inspector General of Police Gilbert Masengeli acknowledged the raid at Wanjigi's Muthaiga home, saying that detectives were still investigating him.
There's one arrest that has happened there, but still there's one motor vehicle that managed to enter the compound and they closed behind it. Our appeal is that he surrenders to the nearest police station whatsoever.
Masengeli also said that Wanjigi is suspected of funding Thursday's Nani demonstrations. He said the police trailed his motorcade towards his residence, where one was intercepted outside the gate as others made their way inside the compound before the gate was closed.
We intercepted a personal motor vehicle, Brado model KDC 883R in Muthaiga, at the residence of Jimmy Wanjigi. In the vehicle, we have recovered 4 tear gas canister, 2 Motorola gadgets, 7 assorted touchers for the pocket phones, and 1 mobile phone. Investigators are on the ground and to ascertain more details.
Still on the Nane demos, 174 individuals are in police custody after they were arrested during the protests on Thursday. While making the announcement, Acting Inspector General of Police Gilbert Masengeli noted that the protests recorded low turnout across the country with minimal instances of looting and property damage.
Unlike recent demonstrations that were marred with wanton destruction of property, looting, injuries and loss of lives, the country remained peaceful and normalcy prevailed. Except in Nairobi, where 1 officer was injured, we also arrested a total of 174 suspects, that is 126 in Nairobi, 22 in Kitengela, Rift Valley, 26.
Masengeli also claimed that protest organizers failed to notify the security organs of their planned actions as enshrined in the law, but police officers were deployed accordingly to ensure no chaos was witnessed, as prior intelligence had showed.
Minimal skirmishes were witnessed in downtown Nairobi, Kisii and Mikori towns, where attempts by goons to loot property was effectively thwarted by police officers.
Meanwhile, these young men in Nairobi explained why they took part in the protests.
The same people he has sacked is the same people he brought them back. That is not the way.
The government is playing politics with us, trying to manipulate us, trying to manipulate our movements and bringing the political class on board so that they can continue manipulating and continuing infringing on our rights.
So we are trying to save the soul of our president, the soul of this nation and the souls of our future generations.
You may experience power interruption today if you are in Kakamega, Homa Bay or Murang'a. Kenya Power says the interruptions scheduled at different times of the day between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. will allow them to carry out maintenance works. The United States, Egypt and Qatar have released a joint statement calling on Israel and Hamas to resume negotiations over a ceasefire and hostage release deal. The statement said the three nations had forged a framework agreement that had only the details of implementation left to conclude. Israel said it would send negotiators to the proposed talks, which are scheduled for next Thursday in Doha or Cairo. Hamas did not immediately respond. The renewed diplomatic push will be seen as an attempt to stop regional tensions from spiraling out of control after Hamas's leader Ismail Haniyeh was assassinated last week. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamera.
.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we may find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
If a lion shows you its teeth, it doesn't mean it likes you.
It doesn't mean it likes you. It won't start. A liar calls as witness one who is either dead or far away. Say it in Kiswahili.
Below ninte yeninter ayu markati kadikta. You know this character called a liar. He has disturbed people. So when you tell him who are your witnesses, he will take you to a place where it is difficult to verify.
For someone like me who sweats a lot, I cannot survive there. Sweating is biblical. And he must blame it on Adam, not me. Because Adam messed up and he was told, no, you fellow, you, by the sweat of your brow, thou shalt eat.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Revenge is for children. It's for kids. When you grow up, you realize the best revenge you can take on somebody is to ignore them.
I'm just new in politics. It is not everybody's cup of tea. That's why some people come in one term and that's it for them.
Political parties in this country do not have ideologies, whether luring or otherwise.
And that is the effect of corruption.
Any time an offense occurs anywhere in the country, it is the job of the Inspector General to look into it. Whether it's corruption, whether it's murder, whether it's petty, that is his job.
If we have chosen to be a corrupt nation, then we produce corrupt leaders. Everything then becomes chaotic that you cannot be able to change a nation.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Nothing to report much on the road. It's still early, but of course, Friday, people are back to work after yesterday's forced holiday. So we expect that the roads may be busy, or probably some people just took the weekend off and gave themselves a long weekend. So we'll see. But anyway, Wakulima Market, that area around there is as busy as you expect it to be. And this is around Wakulima into Railways roundabout into Moi Avenue. Jogoo Road towards City Stadium is busy. I think that's where the roadblock is. And then you get Landis Road getting in towards town. I wonder if the roadblocks are still in place up to now. We'll find out. You find out and let us know.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
So City and I are watching highlights from the Olympics.
Mm-hmm.
This was rowing.
It looks like rowing.
Where?
Canoe double. Canoe.
Hey, the Chinese guys.
My
New
friend.
H and GB.
Yes. Something to observe and something to
My
marvel at.
friend.
Huh?
Hey, and then the second one, Italians.
Italians, yes.
Wow, and they're so happy.
Hey, man, this Olympics, bana. You're number
400 meters, just zang, zang.
You know you're number 2 in the world.
That's big.
Yes.
Hey, what is Cambodia? Hungary. No, Honduras.
Are
they Hungary? No, Hungary, of course. H-U-N. Okay. Hey. And before that, we saw sport climbing.
I tell you. Speed.
Athleticism.
The sort of strength these fellows must have.
Yeah. Proper, big time. Big
The 500
time.
meters, you just, it's like you don't let up even for a single second.
Ukizuba inaenda.
Abaza imeenda.
Hey. Anyway, how are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you. But this call today is strange. Kuna manyunyu. You know that kadrizzle you see in Limuru? It's now.
Yeah, it's here.
It's here.
Something happened. Was it last week or last week but one?
Yes. And somehow it seems to favor Thursdays and Fridays. The days is Mandamano. It's either an overcast. Yani you find mist has descended.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And now this one, it's with it's like a mild drizzle. But you don't notice it until you look at the windscreen of the vehicle.
And that's when you see
That's when you realize, I mean, what's happening here?
What am I looking at? Ninaona nini naona wapi?
Nangalia nini.
Nangalia nini.
Nangalia wapi.
Ednah, fanya like that for all these things of today. Today is Friday, the 9th of August, 2024. So did Mandamano happen yesterday or not?
I don't know. I actually passed through town.
Police had ensured that nobody is getting into town. You gather two of you, even if you are workmates and you're stepping out to go for lunch, but you are 2 or 3. Where 2 or 3 are gathered, tear gas shall follow. That's what they ensured yesterday. Right?
There was nobody. Town was empty.
They just made sure that there are no crowds. No crowds gathering at all. But then we'll look at whether that was successful or not. Was that a success? Well, Nairobi was shut down.
Nairobi was definitely, I'm telling you, ghost town.
Completely.
Nobody.
Nairobi was a ghost town. So it has an impact. It
definitely does have an impact. And one, direct impact, business. That one, you can say what you like.
But it has been affected.
It has been affected.
So at 7 a.m., we will talk about upholding the Constitution and the safety of protesters. We saw some protesters being tear gas. We saw police also. You know, there's a couple who's caught on camera just kicking a journalist. Dressed completely well labeled as a member of the press. And then this cop was just raining kicks on him. So what are the rights of that? And then upholding the Constitution, if there's a right to picket, and Deputy IG, the acting IG had said, yeah, you have a right to picket, we are prepared, we shall provide security. And then the police just make sure that nobody enters town, nobody then pickets.
So what exactly are we saying?
What exactly was happening?
What does no picketing mean? That's really the question, isn't it?
Yeah. So Irongo Houghton, the Executive Director of Amnesty International Kenya, will be joining us at 7 a.m. Let's have that conversation with him, you know, the right to picket and all. He's also a member of the Police Reforms Working Group. Well, Amnesty International is a member of the Police Reforms Amnesty Group, and I know Irongo then represents his organization in that. At 8 o'clock, we shall have a conversation about addressing sexual reproductive health of adolescents topic in Nairobi. We will be joined by Adeline Nyange, who is a project officer for Africa Youth Transformation, and Naomi Kigani, who's a school health department, county government of Nairobi. She works at the school health department in the county government of Nairobi. Naomi Kigani, sexual reproductive health of adolescents in Nairobi. That's the conversation. 9 a.m. We now have a new cabinet secretary for health. The healthcare fraternity will obviously be looking to what she's coming to do and how she will steer this docket. And Dr. Tim Theuri, the CEO of the Kenya Healthcare Federation, that's a federation bringing together all the health-related bodies, that is the Kenya Medical Association, the Dentists Association, the Gynecologists Association, the Hospital Owners Association, Rural Hospital Association, the pharmacists are in there. All of them come into the Kenya Healthcare Federation. Dr. Tim Theuri is their CEO. He'll come and talk to us about the prescription for change. What awaits the new health CS? Hiyo ndio maneno ya leo. Iko namna gani?
Iko sawa sawa.
Iko so.
Yes.
Mambo iko chonjo.
Kabisa.
Very, very good. Sasa, let's take a look at the weather, and then we shall do like that with saying hello to people and with the proverb. 16 minutes after 6. Ednah has done the thing. So you do your thing. Say hello on Facebook, on YouTube. We'll be acknowledging your presence shortly.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
Mostly cloudy in Nairobi.
Intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
The Let's See is Ford People Party clarion call is Ford People, watu wengi sana. Na watu ni wengi leo katika mtandao. I'm to hear a praise. Thanks for the show. Kindly play for me. You're asking for music, bwana. You're in the wrong show. President Kiganjo Nyeri with Elijah Kimani Wakandara. That's Shoshowatwana. You know what Shoshowatwana means, City?
A child of what?
Shosho.
Shosho is a grandmother.
Yes.
Grandmother of?
Of children.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Yeah. Sami Ndege Bengi Bukembe. Niko tuned in. Where is Bukembe?
Kama ni Western.
Iko mali Western?
Kama si Western, iko Gusiland.
Kama si uko?
Iko Kenya.
Okay, sawa. Ati Ednah unasema iko wapi? Sijasikia. Somewhere in Western. Male Koti says, good morning from Eldoret, morning Team Spice. That's Cairo. Dominic Abuga says, good morning from Jibus. Leshana Sancha, good morning from the lakeside city of Kisumu. Joel Odondi says, good morning. Bernard Okello, good morning from Doha. What's this with Jimmy Wanjigi? After every election, he must be caught in the wrong side of the political situation. Every time.
Huh?
And he has new weapons of mass destruction, like tear gas canisters.
And tables and chairs.
And chargers.
And a house.
And motor vehicles.
All these are weapons of mass destruction.
Those are very dangerous weapons, but he's armed and dangerous. Good morning all. Muga, I like your cap. That's Restituta Mutuku.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Chimzigu says, good morning, day 9. Revenue ikosekane kabisa. Your language you to understand. Aya, Margaret Njohi says, good morning, friends. SpiceFM Situation Room. Glad to be here from Houston, Texas. Karibu sana. Karanja here, good morning. Bernard Okello, good morning from Doha. We always said that. Felix Shihemi, the stand with the Mamo Wanjigi. This government is diverting attention from its incompetence by soiling senior and reputable people's reputations. Hey. Barry Juma, welcome back. Ndu. Alikuwa kuja lakini amepata na mafua. Ako na mafua. Leo, good morning, City Leo. Good morning, City Eric and Ednah. This regime has decided anything that moves or records their disdain for humanity is a fair target for brutality. Why? Guy. Mwangi, greetings from Melbourne. May common sense prevail in the minds of politicians in our beloved Kenya. Let them remember all rains come to an end. Watu ni wengi. Abuto Kamlas, good morning, Team Spice. I hope mambo ya Ndu na Lea inashughulikiwa. Anyway, I got the 5,000 from Britain, courtesy of you guys. Asanteni sana. Well, congratulations, Abuto.
And thank you for letting us know.
Yep. Fred Okumu, good morning, Spice from Brazil. Well, karibu sana bwana. Good morning from people, Wangai. Amesalimiwa sana. Everybody who's online, thank you for joining us. Good morning. Happy Friday. City. You know what to do?
Yes, the proverb. This is the final proverb from the Republic of Botswana. Did you know that the currency, the equivalent of our shilling, you know what it's called?
In Botswana? No.
It begins with the pula.
Ala?
Inaitwa pula.
Pull up.
Yes. No, not pull up. Pula.
Pula.
Okay. Pull up. Sawa.
All right.
Iko sawa?
Sawa basi.
All right. Another question. If you want to refer to one individual who is a Botswanan, like you'd say Kenyan, what would you say? Even I didn't know, man. So let me not sound that clever.
One, how many? When there are many.
When there are many is how many?
When there are many, how do you call them?
Oh, that's the route you followed. Okay, so they're called Botswana.
Okay.
So single?
Botswana.
No, that's not bad. You've tried. It's more.
Motswana.
Yes.
So Motswana is one. And Botswana is many.
As it's easier. Kenyans. Just add an S to it.
Yes.
Evo too. Sawa. Famine hides under the granary.
Famine hides under the granary.
Granary meja.
Famine.
Chini.
Famine.
Njaa ya kupindukia.
Why?
Yes.
Why? Why?
Ndio hiyo.
Haya basi. Nation hajakuja. I've got the standard. You have the Nairobian, don't you?
I do not have the Nairobian.
What do you have?
I have the Nairobian.
You have the Nairobian?
Yes.
I have the Standard, the People Daily, and the China Daily. You'll give us the Nairobian, and I know you have the Star.
I do. No, I don't have the Star.
You don't have the Star?
No, mimi pana iko Star.
You have the Business Daily?
Pana iko Business Daily.
You had it, bwana.
Chief, I don't have it.
What happened to it?
Hata mimi ojui. Pana iko na yeye.
Okay, let me give you the standard headline.
Sawa tafadhali.
Ruto's team of rivals. President Ruto admits to failures and urges servant leadership among 19 cabinet members sworn into office on a day dubbed Nani by Gen Z demonstrators who braced heavy police deployment and barricades to protest against bad governance and demand that they be heard. This is what the President Ruto said. Kenyans have made their expectations known in bold terms. They have also made their intolerance for failure, corruption, and ineptitude equally clear. I want to make it clear my support for you ends if it conflicts with my accountability to them. This is what he was telling his new ministers. Ndio hizo magazeti zimekuja bana. Chukua bana.
Hizi zimekuja.
Gen Z boss, our Gen Z boss has brought this newspaper bana.
Amen.
Salimia yeye.
Yes. Salimia Aven kwa sababu shika Daily Nation.
Lete.
Mimi nabaki na nini?
Na hii. Sawa. Tuendelee?
Sawa.
Okay, so we have the photo here of the president shaking the hand of the new CS for mining and blue economy. This is Ali Hassan Joho.
Yes.
Then we also see mug shots here of the several CSs when they were holding the Bible or the Quran. Well, all of them here holding the Bible. They're all Christians.
Except Hassan.
Yeah. All of them, the ones here in the mugshot, are all holding the Bible. Our Kindiki, Mbadi, Oparanya, Soipan, Kipchumba, Aden Duale, Rebecca Miano, Opiu and I. And then we have on the side a photo of young people who are holding the flag and even using the flag to demonstrate. A section of youth protesters on Accra Road, Nairobi, during anti-government demonstrations yesterday. They are not anti-government demonstrations.
When will we get it?
These demonstrations, they are not anti-government. No. Anyway, there was heavy police deployment in the capital. How events unfolded. Business paralyzed. Heavy police deployments. An easy calm in Mombasa and some key towns in Nyanza, North Rift and Central. Police raid businessman Jimmy Wanjigi's Muthaiga home, accusing him of ferrying demonstrators to Nairobi CBD. Yeye ndio alikuwa na boti na Prado.
Again.
Kumbe.
Si Prado.
Hey. Kulikuwa na Prado.
Ni Land Rover.
Iya black.
Alikuwa na ferry au na hiyo Prado.
Iya Land Rover, iya black.
Inazibeba watu ngapi?
Police tore away a vehicle belonging to Jimmy Wanjigi at his residence in Nairobi yesterday. They found Motorola, the electronic gadgets, they found chargers, according to the IG of police. Impeached. Will Governor Kawera be third time lucky? She was impeached again. As in,
But we were told, were we not?
Yeah.
Were we not?
Aye.
And this were told quite a while back.
Last week was withdrawn. Then suddenly
remember the Omtata of Meru told us when he was here for the first time, they are going to continue impeaching her until her term ends.
Guy, higher. The Nation. Ruto Raila deal faces upon litmus test. Oh, that's today's paper. Oh, because I've seen this headline somewhere. Ruto Raila deal faces litmus test. Nane, President Ruto's broad-based government, in which he has co-opted ODM leader Raila Odinga, faces its... No, this is yesterday's paper, bwana.
Amekupatia yesterday, eh?
Yeah.
Well, come to think of it, even this thing... I was wondering, this Friday paper, why is the story so similar to yesterday?
Oh, Gen Z ametucheza bwana.
State investment...
That's what I'm thinking. I've seen this headline.
Yes. Me, I was looking and saying, hey, these papers are similar today. Hey, Treasury snaps de la Rouge. Lakini hiyo hoja si hoja.
Wacha nikwambie mambo ya People Daily basi.
Tuendelee na Daily People.
Another turn to eat for cabinet. People Daily. Hey.
The People Daily have gotten their headlines, my friend.
Transition. Millionaires who found their way to power after deadly protests by brave Gen Z get a second chance on the tiller as president reconstitutes government. Kia mama. Haya, Kawera back on the cross, and then Wanjigi under siege over youth protests, regions with a high number of obese women. They have that story. Study reveals Kenya's most tribal counties. All right. Sasa tuambie basi mambo ya Nairobi pale na China Daily.
China Daily nitawaambia na Nairobian pia nitawaambia. Sawa Nairobian. Ezekiel Thomas' wife in sickness and in health. The story of a gentleman who's a footballer. Very, very good footballer. Okay. Ugonjwa maradhi ilimlemea.
Oh yeah.
Yes, wheelchair bound. New data. More men join sex work. This story is on page 22 and 23.
This is what you read a similar story.
Yes, I did.
Earlier in the week, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
But those ones they're giving, that was in one of the, yes. Wamesema wao pia hawatawachwa nyuma.
Watapatia story.
Then Paris fashion. Kenyan athletes rock Olympics fate with fancy outfits.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Just in case you thought we were going to leave gospel artists out, we haven't. Gospel war. Size 8 and MG Mo address split rumors, page 25.
DJ Mo.
Nimesema nini?
Kitu ingine hapo.
DJ Mo. Nimesema MJ? Okay. Kuna size 8.
Size 8 na DJ Mo address split rumors.
These are people?
Yeah.
Okay.
Size 8 is a musician.
And DJ is also a musician.
He's a DJ.
All right. He's a musician. Right. Then on the side, before we get to the back in the middle of the paper, politics. Okay. On page 9, you know this story. Like, bana, hii gazeti bana, ina habari kem bana. No wanga, no sex. I'm just reading. Bro, It's not. I see party watu mimi pana opinion yangu mimi soma gazeti.
Sema
Female leaders want Ombaso governor made one of ODM deputy leaders. The women urge men to be patient with them during their fasting period.
So the women leaders are the ones who are saying no sex?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Sawa tu.
So who are they telling?
See, they're men.
So what do they want the men to do?
That one they can fill in the blanks as they see fit.
Okay, so now me, I'm a man, and there's no sex. How does that relate? Me, Wanga, sex, ODM.
No, what I marvel at is this: the fact that you are the one who says that element called sex is only coming from me. What makes you think the gentleman will not have sex? I mean, even you, if you sit and think for just a second, what are you saying? I guess they said this in humor because I'm sure these are full-grown women. I'm sure they understand that making such a statement, you'd think that somehow the men will feel whatever they'll say. Look, these women are wonderful. Thank you so much. Her wife hired hitman. This is bang in the middle of the paper.
What?
For 21 million to murder husband. Killer chickened out after receiving down payment.
No way.
Yes.
21 million was the amount to kill the husband.
Yes, akapewa deposit. Akasema bana, misi huyu mtu. But then on page 4 and 5, this...
That's a nice story. That one you'll tell us.
Hii bana ina detail stories zingine tamu hapa.
You'll tell us.
Yes.
China?
China, hey, me this China Gazette makes me happy.
And this one is for today, the one you're looking at? Today is the 9th.
Friday.
Oh, very good.
August. You're mwezi. All right. Policies push for improving full life cycle services. Landmark meeting sets out measures for high-quality demographic development. China plans to redouble its effort in improving the quality of human resources and boosting provision of children and basic elderly care service to promote its high-quality demographic development according to key policy documents. Sawa. China seeks investigation into U.S. doping cover. Okay? China anti-doping watchdog has called for the independent investigation of the United States Anti-Doping Agency cover-up of drug rule violations after the International Governing Body for Clean Sports accused USADA of serious breach of the global anti-doping code. Right. Global megatrend of fast-aging societies loom large. Several Asia-Pacific countries are aging. They're getting older, in other words. This transition is neither unique nor limited to the region. It's a global mega trend, not just trend, mega. However, what is different is the speed at which the aging process is progressing. While France and Sweden took 115 and 85 years respectively to go from being aging to society of 7, I don't understand this stuff, but they're aging.
Okay, 27 minutes to 7. As we go there, there's somebody on the line. Hello.
Good morning.
Hey, wait. Why are you sounding like this?
I'm like that.
Hey. City can't hear you. City, get the headphones. Listen to this one. This is Madam Ndu Okoh.
How are you?
Mambo vipi?
Mi niko poa.
You know, people are waiting for you to come, and then now you're
under the table.
Then you're pulling the thing. Yeah, that's City under the table, doing the thing that City does under the table.
Okay.
He's sorted.
Sasa mimi iko tayari
kusikiliza yeye.
Kusikiliza Ndu. Right, volume kisha weka.
Umeka volume?
Yes.
Ndu sema hello. Salimia City.
Hello.
Hi. Msichana, you are sounding a little off. Sauti inaenda wapi?
Aya, kaa chini City.
No, sauti iko sawa. Sauti.
That cough is back again.
The cough is doing a thing, but the problem today now is my...
I carried medication.
You did?
Yes.
You had the tonic.
You got tonic ndani ya bag.
Okay.
Nitakutumia na attachment.
At you had gone for maandamano in Nigeria.
Yeah, tear gas in Nigeria, it's a bit of a different grade. So it did a thing to the system. So it got me down kidogo.
Okay. Get back to sleep. Why are you awake? If you're awake, you come to work.
Okay, but now that I'm asleep,
no, get back to sleep.
Don't worry, you can sleepwalk, sleep talk. It's okay. We understand.
I'll see you in a few clicks.
All right. Have a good one. Get well soon. See you soon. See you on Monday, God willing.
Sawa.
All right. 25 minutes to 7. Let's take a look at traffic.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
What? My head is aching, shoulders paining, and it's like I'm adding weight very fast.
Now, by the way, see, I thought you are...
Nilifikiri umefanya ile kitu. No, I know what you are thinking. I'm not pregnant. Not now.
Now, when you haven't heard about Aga Khan Hospital, they have a wellness program.
Aga Khan University Hospital has made medical checkups more available through their subsidized wellness package at 9,950 for a comprehensive medical checkup. Don't wait for a health scare. Do your health check at the Aga Khan University Hospital clinics in your neighborhood today. Get your vitals checked today. Call 0111 011 888 for more information.
Hey, baba boy, gas imeisha, shopping imeisha, na ujue tokens bado zinalia.
Msupa, nipe mbao na 20 minutes.
Mbao, like 20 bob. 20 minutes, kwani kuna nini? Na ujue mimi nataka kupika haki.
Jaber, kwani ujui dakika mamilini every 20 minutes, halafu wanapea na 10 million every 20 minutes, na hadi kuna 3 millionaires every hour.
Taka mamili virahisi. Uko na nafasi 3 ya kuwa millionaire kila hour. Usipitwe. Cheza daka. Ushike mita yako sasa. Chagua nambari zako 4 za bahati and win up to 10 million every 20 minutes. Nenda kwenye paybill 440440. Account Spice amount. Cheza na shilingi 20 hadi shilingi 2,000 na ushinde mamilioni. Daka mita kuwa bingwa.
Something is happening on the southern bypass. What is it? There is a traffic outbound from Ole Sereni heading towards Ngong at just around the Wilson Airport. That curve at Wilson Airport on the southern bypass. Iko gitu hapo. Iko nini naendelea? Tuambie tujue ndio tuambie watu waache kuenda hapo. Don't use that route if you must not. Coming towards town as well, at as you approach City Cabanas, just there near the SGR offices, there's also some traffic build-up. What's happening there? It's very early in the morning for that because it clears at City Cabanas and then picks up again as you get to the entrance into the expressway at City Cabanas, and then it clears again. So there's an issue there. Let's know what it is. Thika Superhighway, you know what happens around this time. Jogoo Road, you know what's happening around Makadara at this time. And then Landis Road as you get into the retail market and the way into Haile Selassie, Wakulima Market, all the way to the railways headquarters, Ego Sheda. But we'll be finding out what's happening as we go along. Hiya, Basi. Now, let us look at this headline story in the Standard, right? It says, Ruto swears in new cabinet amid heightened security in the capital. And the message that he gave to them was that, you know what, you work or go home, right?
Yep.
The message that the president has said was, Kenyans demand and not only deserve, but they are constitutionally entitled to servant leadership. All levels of the public service, from the cabinet all the way to the grassroots, you have no choice but to live up to the truest standard of servant leadership. This is what the president said to their ministers. The 19 was sworn in yesterday. And describing the moment as a new chapter of governance and development, the president challenged the new cabinet secretaries to deliver and avoid selfish interests, knowing that they would be under sharp focus from Kenyans. He said the people of Kenya have made their expectations known in bold terms. They have also made their intolerance for failure, inefficiency, corruption, and ineptitude equally clear. As champions of the nation's development agenda, you will be team players, servant leaders, faithful trustees, effective stewards of the people's interests, and dependable custodians of their resources. Those words, man. Hey! If this is Eric Nyano who wrote this speech, he did a good one.
Yes,
Listen to that one. The people of Kenya have made their expectations known in bold terms. They have also made their intolerance for failure, inefficiency, corruption, and ineptitude equally clear. As champions of the nation's development agenda, you will be team players, servant leaders, faithful trustees, effective stewards of the people's interests, and dependable custodians of their resources. It is important to make it clear that my support for you ends if it conflicts with my accountability to the people of Kenya. Many public officials have fallen short of the constitutional standard for public officers as laid out in Article 10, Chapter 6, and Chapter 12 of the Constitution, which make it clear that we, as public officers, are the servants of the people, and that the totality of our actions and conduct must reflect this fundamental principle and the higher standards of integrity required from public office. Does that make you feel like the president has finally gotten it?
No.
Not yet?
No.
Why?
The words by which I can now judge him.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing that is new is that I've never heard him say what he has said, what he said yesterday.
The way he said it?
No, I have never heard it. So now the words are in and of themselves meaningless until they are followed by action. So I will not hold my breath, but I will wait and see.
Hey! As pertains the management of public expenditure, I believe that the time has come for us to break new ground. That is why, beginning in the 2025-2026 financial year, we shall adopt a zero-based budgeting system to reorient the budgeting and expenditure framework of the government.
The words are many, and they properly placed, impactful, they touch on areas that are meaningful, and the impression is given that we are witnessing a whole new change.
Yep.
Yes, as I said, I await the proof of the pudding.
Is in the eating.
Yes, I'm waiting. I'm waiting to see.
I think the big thing here is that the president has actually said this, and it's on record. All right? He says, and he acknowledges that the people of Kenya are constitutionally entitled to good governance, to public service, to people working as servant leaders, to people being accountable for every word, deed, everything. All right? So now the people can hold the president accountable on his own words. On his own words. If a cabinet secretary, for example, messes up, then that's his own word. But so we begin here with what he said. Many public officials have fallen short of the constitutional standard for public officers as laid out in Article 10, Chapter 6, and Chapter 12 of the Constitution. Now, this is on leadership and integrity. This is on moral values and leadership, the values of leadership in country. Many of the people that he was swearing in yesterday have fallen short already of this. But he was there swearing them in and reminding them of Chapter 6 of the Constitution. Reminding them.
You know, as I said, I will wait. When the leader of the nation, the president of the Republic of Kenya, stands before the citizens and utters these words, they're solemn and they're weighty. As a citizen, I will say, thank you, Mr. President. I have heard what you have said. I will now wait to see how those words translate into action.
Yeah.
Yes.
Kenyans are very good people.
Kenyans are fantastic. We were telling Uhuru this when he was president.
Kenyans are tolerant.
You have a wonderful people who tolerate give you chance upon chance upon
They're always
chance
saying,
upon chance.
now that he has constituted a cabinet, let's give him a
see.
chance.
Yes.
Now that he has said, let's give him a chance. Now that the ministers have done this,
let's
give them a chance. Now that every time you're always giving a chance.
No, we always
giving
do.
a chance.
We always do.
Even when it comes to an election, they're like, all right, so we laid the foundation, give us a chance with another 5 years. It's always give me a second chance. And Kenyans always give their leaders a second chance.
And what do our leaders do with the second chance and third and fourth chance?
They piss on that second chance.
They do.
Completely pissing on the second chance. And this is what, I'm just looking at these words by the president, I'm thinking, okay, all right, okay. What you're asking for is for another chance for people to trust you. What you're saying is, I know the goodwill that you had given me at the beginning of my presidency has been eroded, but this is me asking you to give me another chance. And many Kenyans have expressed themselves and said, all right, so now that he has constituted, let's give him another chance. How many chances are we going to be giving our leaders?
You know, there's a word is often used. In business, the word is also used, and the meaning is different. It's called goodwill. You see? When you have a country that seems to have an inexhaustible supply of goodwill, I am afraid I have this to say on the subject. This is how God's power is demonstrated. Because you get to the brink of a catastrophe and somehow the thing just rolls back.
Yeah.
Human nature being what it is, and given how we incline towards selfishness, a lot that could have gone wrong has been averted in this country time and time again. And the leadership somehow, we ask this question all the time. What is it about being in political leadership in this country? What happens to people? Is it that we as citizens, we are the ones who don't understand political power, or we just don't understand power, or we don't understand just the heavy burden of that manifests itself once you have those positions? I say that's not entirely true, because we have seen, even when we talk about a parliament that has failed us miserably, there are people in parliament, there are members of parliament who have actually stood by their guns and have done what they were elected to do.
Yep.
They exist.
Yep.
If you go to the Senate, you will find individuals. If you look at cabinet secretaries, there were individuals who were actually busy carrying out the mandate of their docket.
Their job.
Yes, they were.
Second Chances is a country called Kenya. A tale of chaos and uneasy calm. That's the headline in the Nation. Now we have the today's Nation now, for real, for real.
Not 2 years.
This is the one. For real, because it has a photo of Maandamano from Jana and this lady selling Mahindi Choma. This one is yesterday, definitely. Pockets of protesters engaged anti-riot police in running battles in central Nairobi throughout the day, disrupting business, travel and other activities in a push for more reforms. But this was not the case in other towns across the country, where Kenyans went about their normal business uninterrupted. Deal between Ruto and Raila Odinga seems to have dampened the demos. There's a photo here of the police battling the protesters on Kimathi Street in Nairobi yesterday. There's also a photo here of a trader selling boiled maize in Kakamega town yesterday. There were no demos in the town, although some businesses were closed. The other headline, Mwangaza impeached again for a third time. CSS bear the weight of expectations. Ruto insists on delivery. And then there's a story here. So near, yet so far. Why Stella Langat lost her cabinet post. Akienyewe, this one. How do you even go back to work?
No, how do you? And anyway.
And it tells us Miss Stella Soy Langat, whose appointment to cabinet was rejected by the National Assembly, fell victim to a last-minute change of heart by the appointing authority and other political intrigues, according to our investigations. An amendment to overrule her rejection by the National Assembly's Committee on Appointment as Gender, Culture and the Arts and Heritage Cabinet Secretary had been approved by Speaker Moses Wetangula, only to be withdrawn under unclear circumstances before it could be discussed. At the close of debate on the report, Wetangula said he had approved the amendment that was filed by Vihiga woman rep Beatrice Adagala. She has since come to the chair and told me she has no intention of prosecuting it. That's what the Speaker said. With that development, Langat's fate sealed. I was not a member of the Appointments Committee, and I am therefore not qualified to speak on the rejection of Ms. Langat That's what Mr. Adagala said when they sought her comment on the matter and what could have motivated her to withdraw the proposed amendment. A number of MPs that initially were keen on saving the nominee and they were talked out of the idea. Others who had earlier spoken in support of rescuing Langat during debate included Kericho Woman Rep Beatrice Kemei and Homa Bay Town MP George Kaluma. They had protested at the unfair treatment of women, citing past recommendations by the committee to reject the appointment of cabinet of Phyllis Kandie. Actually, if you just look at it, in Uhuru days, Phyllis Kandie had been nominated to be a CS. The committee had recommended that she not be approved. The House voted and said, come on, let her go in. Phyllis Kandie served as a CS. This Ruto one, the first cabinet, there was Penina Malonza, woman.
Yes.
The committee had recommended and said, this one, no. There was also Aisha Jumwa, which had also brought in some debate in the House, women. Again, Stella Soilangat, woman. Now there are people who are saying,
wait a minute. Mane, are you telling that all the men who are interviewed qualify and it's only women who don't qualify? Wait a moment.
What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? But in all of them, even the public were, in all these candidates, even the public was like, but how did she perform? Because it was the same. Penina Malonza, how she appeared before the committee.
She didn't interview well.
Yeah, she didn't interview well.
No.
Right? But now, when she served, and she served in 2 dockets, EAC and tourism, was her tenure memorable? Do you remember? Can you come back and say, no, actually, Penina Malonza was performing very well, she needs to come back to cabinet?
Let me say this. The stuttering ended. Every time I had to speak, there was greater clarity. Okay? But the question you're not asking me that question, you're asking me, did I feel that she was suitable for that particular post? And my answer is this. It is not my docket and duty to determine who is suitable.
No. You're not running away from this one.
Penina Malonza.
Did she impress you as a cabinet secretary?
She impressed me as somebody who had changed and made a lot of effort. That's what she impressed me by.
What effort?
She was more visible. When Penina Malonza started, even talking was a problem. She was stepping over her words and mumbling her words and couldn't answer. I saw a change Penina Malonza who spoke clearly. She was more visible in the media. I saw it. I saw it.
Phyllis Kandie? Do you remember the ministries that Phyllis Kandie served?
I cannot remember the ministry.
Tourism again.
I cannot remember the ministry.
Phyllis Kandie, tourism. Penina Malonza, tourism.
So what are they telling us about tourism? You see, here it is not their performance.
Stella should have been nominated for tourism.
Eric, it is a question of my memory here, right? There are people who stand out. Remember yesterday I mentioned 2 people, and they were men, okay? One, Professor Kindiki, stood out. He was in the media every other day because of the problems we had, okay? There was Eliud Owalo. Every other day opening this meeting, so and so, doing this, doing the other. Okay? Then there was Deputy President, always in the media. Then there was President. These are people who, in my opinion, were the most visible. Now, if you ask me about the other CSs, I will ask you, okay, the CS Energy, I think I saw him twice. But him has always been a quiet person. Minister for Roads, Housing, and whatever else that docket has, every other day, for good and for bad. Now, is it visibility? Is it what they say? Or is it what is the resultant, what is the visible result of whatever it is they're doing in their dockets?
It is what they were doing, Buana.
Eric, if we look at the delivery of
people
what was
in
expected,
tourism do not miss Phyllis Kandie. People in tourism, the stakeholders and players in that miss do not miss Penina Malonza. Let's not just miss.
Did I not tell you that I was not the person who was fit? I can only judge by what I see.
You'd be hearing people saying, but during the days of Penina or Phyllis. So,
the only time I heard people say such things was probably when Balala was in that same docket. But then it is argued Balala had been in that so-called space for a long time. He's somebody who knew what was what, and he was known. Eric, the bottom line when it comes to the individuals who serve as a CS, okay? Are we going to say, for instance, that the CS in charge of housing, who was CS in charge of housing?
It is the lady from Kandara and Moranga.
Okay, before that one, it was Ezekiel.
It was Ezekiel.
Yes, exactly.
And then they swapped with what's her name? God.
Alice
Wahome. Yes. They swapped with Alice Wahome. He left lands. He went to water.
But is it Alice?
Alienda na maji.
Who alienda na maji kabisa? Na Alice alibaki. Alibaki kwa ardhi.
What's on the Star? The Star now came, and the Business Daily.
Yes, both of them came.
Tell us.
Well, the Siasa, how Matiang'i's presidential bid could rejig in 2027. Okay, that's in the Siasa column. All right, Siasa column, yes. Aisuru. Lending hand. Young Chinese philanthropists built dreams for slum children. This is a story on page 2. Chinese philanthropists building dreams for needy slum children. His name is Liu. He serves free meals to learners, helping them stay in school. Okay? Brother has tried. Endless squabbles. Again, the story about the Meru governor, Mwangaza, impeached for the third time. One could say these stories begin to get tired. I mean, for heaven's sake, find a truce and just let...
Truce what? Truce what?
Let me ask a question. Are we being told that this lady has done absolutely nothing that you can point to and say is commendable in the time she has been governed?
Well, yeah. You've done one or two things that are commendable. Then you've done 175 things that are not commendable. Okay? We're not going to... This thing of second chances is what... We must change this country.
All right. So, as we're saying term limits for office bearers, so we should also have term limits for impeachment.
No. Impeach, go home.
So, arguably, if you're impeached 3 times, you just resign. It shows that you have not changed and your people are completely fed up. Anyway, tough journey begins for Ruto's new cabinet. Okay? Bang in the middle of the paper, subdued. No demonstration in other parts of the country except Nairobi's CBD. How Raila Ruto deal deflated Gen Z demos. I actually don't agree with this with this headline, but there it is. Police mounted roadblocks in Nairobi's major roads and lobbed tear gas at protesters. They even fired, forget lobbing, some at members of the media. Okay? Yes, but this goes on and on and on. Now the business. Again, it's interesting. It is when you find the Business Daily has a picture bang in the middle of the paper of a plainclothes policeman arresting protesters.
Is this a policeman?
It's a policeman.
This one on the left of the photo? The guy who is wearing a jacket, a hoodie, a kofia, and is masked.
Wearing
completely.
Everything.
How do we know this is a cop?
Because he has a gun. And if you look at the pockets, it's clearly a magazine.
This thing must come to an end, by the way.
And then behind him, there's also a guy who's covered completely. And behind him also, there's another guy who's covered completely.
They are all fully covered.
And the guy who's in fatigue is also fully covered. This one, why are they hiding their faces?
Yep. And their names. And
we should know who they are.
Surely.
Is that not a fundamental requirement? Anyway,
yes.
Far be it from me to go around saying what should be done and what should not be done. Unfortunately, Kenya's current energy infrastructure is ill-equipped to support large-scale mining. This is a story in the People on page 9. It's a story worth looking into by Sarah's Njonde. Rival dealers weigh buyout of bankrupt SUV maker Mobius. The firm is set for voluntary liquidation. Trade PS and KM bosses show concern. Okay? Capital goods imports rebound, widens Kenyan's trade deficit. Rebound in importation of machinery and transportation equipment, including railway locomotives, helped reverse Kenya's narrowing trade goods deficit in the first half of the year, as official data shows. I don't know what that means. Stanbic interim dividend up 60% as cash piles up. Stanbic Holdings has raised its interim dividend by 60% to 1.84 shilling per share, on the back of a cash pile up and net profit for the 6 months ended June, growing by 2.3% to 7.2 1 billion Kenya shillings. Centum extends share buyback on acquiring 9.7 units. Centum Investment Company has extended the closing date of its share buyback program to at least September 20th after managing to snap up 14.7% of the targeted 66.54 million shares over an 8-month period.
Okay.
Anytime I read the business section, I'm just reading. Don't assume that I understand what I've just read.
Share buyback 9.7 million, 8.7 million
right.
units. 20, September 20.
In short, it has been bought back.
Okay. Keep it here for more conversations. In the next hour, we talk about the right to protest. Irongo Houghton joins us. It's news time, 7 o'clock.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. The fate of Meru Governor Kawira Mwangaza now lies with the Senate following her third impeachment on Thursday. 49 members of the County Assembly voted in favor of the motion, while 17 others voted to have her retained as governor. The fresh bid to oust Mwangaza was tabled by nominated MCA Zipporah Kinya, who called for her removal due to gross violation of the Constitution and misuse of public resources. The members also blamed the governor for failing to address the ongoing medic strike as well as the county staff medical cover despite allocations of funds for their medical needs.
For public service to get working and people of men get services, Kawira must. For the Gen Z of this county to get employment, Kawira Mwangaza must. If given an opportunity anytime, I can impeach honorable members, not the governor. They are the people who have really sabotaged the development of this county and not the governor. I'm sorry to say that.
I believe that, Honorable Speaker, none of the counts owns any water.
Those who voted for the ayes are 49.
Parliament has summoned top officials from the Ministry of Lands and the National Land Commission, or NLC, to clarify the ownership of the land on which the Kenyatta International Convention Centre sits. Cabinet Secretary Alice Wahome, Principal Secretary Nixon Koril, and NLC Chair Gasham Otachi will appear before the National Assembly Public Investment Committee on Commercial and Energy next week. The committee had previously raised concerns about an alleged plot by NLC chiefs to alienate the prime land. The Auditor General revealed that the title deed for the land is not registered under KICC, a state corporation under the Tourism Ministry. It also disclosed that NLC officials had handed authority over the land to the Nairobi County Government, despite KICC falling under the national government. Police have appealed to Safina Party leader Jimmy Wanjigi to surrender to authorities after they raided his residence on Thursday. Addressing the press outside Okoh House last evening, Acting Inspector General Police Gilbert Masengeli acknowledged the raid at Wanjigi's Muthaiga home, saying that detectives were still investigating him.
There's one arrest that has happened there, but still there's one motor vehicle that managed to enter the compound and they closed behind it. Our appeal is that he surrenders to the nearest police station whatsoever.
Masengeli also said that Wanjigi is suspected of funding Thursday's Nane demonstrations. He said the police trailed his motorcade towards his residence, where one was intercepted outside the gate as others made their way inside the compound before the gate was closed.
We intercepted a personal motor vehicle, Brado model KDC 883R in Muthaiga, at the residence of Chimi Wanjigi. In the vehicle, we have recovered 4 tear gas canister, 2 Motorola gadgets, 7 assorted touchers for the pocket phones, and 1 mobile phone. Investigators are on the ground and to ascertain more details.
You might have to pay more for salt after the Supreme Court struck out a case filed by a manufacturer in a tax battle. Supreme Court judges Philomena Mwilu, Mohammed Ibrahim, Smokin Wanjala and Isaac Lenaola unanimously found the court had no power to hear the case filed by Crystalline Limited. The manufacturer moved to the Supreme Court after it was ordered by the Court of Appeal to pay 185 million shillings for almost 10 years it mined salt without Water Resources Management Authority charges. The company argued that the amount it was ordered to pay would cripple its operations. Salt is the only household use commodity that has experienced a 0% cost rise over the years, but its manufacturers will pass the charges to the end consumer. To the U.S. presidential campaigns, ABC News has said it will host the first debate between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris on 10th September. The network confirmed the showdown in an on X, formerly Twitter, after Trump said on Thursday that he would be open to debating his Democratic rival multiple times before the November election. Harris confirmed that she will attend the ABC debate while at an event in Michigan on Thursday and said later that she would be open to additional debates. That's the News Wire. I'm Edwin Lisamera.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
Okay, there's something along the southern bypass, and we want to find out what it is because there's traffic outbound from Ole Sereni. There's traffic just around the Wilson Airport, that curve at the Wilson Airport, and it's also affecting traffic inbound from Langata Road interchange towards the Mombasa Road interchange. So southern bypass, if you don't have to use the southern bypass, just avoid it for now. If you're coming towards town and you find traffic along the way as you approach City Cabanas interchange, you'll also tell us what's happening there because it's quite over traffic as you get into the City Cabanas interchange. And then you get to Imara Daima. Of course, it's busy as you come all the way to General Motors interchange. That thing, I don't know what they call it, roundabout, junction, turn-off. So funny thing that can have put up there. Anyway, if you're on North Airport Road and you're coming towards town, just be patient because it's starting to build up. Outer Ring Road as well, that interchange is also busy, and Outer Ring Road near Tasia and near Feather Estate is also quite busy. Manyanja Road getting into Jogoo Road is busy. Jogoo Road itself heading towards town is busy. Landis Road is also busy, of course, as you approach the retail market. Thika Superhighway stretches to Survey. Kiambu Road is at Muthaiga. Westlands coming towards town is flowing. Gong Road is flowing. Langata Road is flowing. And also James Keshoro Road is flowing.
Commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
8 after 7, how are you doing? It's the 9th of August 2024. Welcome to the second hour of the Situation Room. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. Wherever you're tuned in, we broadcast this show from Nairobi at the Standard Group Center to the world. So if you're catching us on YouTube, on SpiceFM YouTube channel, if you're following us on Facebook, that's SpiceFM on our Facebook page. If you're following us on X, SpiceFM KE on X. If you're following us on TikTok, that's SpiceFM KE as well. Or if you're on SpiceFM itself, if you're on KTN Home, KTN News, wherever you are, we appreciate your presence. This is the show that sets the agenda for the nation. Our next conversation is going to be about upholding the Constitution, the right to picket, the right to demonstrate, and the right of the protesters, and also the rights of everybody else who is not involved in that protest. We're joined by Irongo Houghton. He's the Executive Director of Amnesty International Kenya. Irongo, how are you?
I'm very well, actually. Surprisingly, the early trip to the studio has not left me traumatized. So I thank Mombasa Road for the graces that it gave me this morning.
Irongo, what have you just said? I had grace.
And you had Mombasa Road.
I had Mombasa Road, and I also had this morning.
It was dark, it was grey, it was very wet, but otherwise relatively safe.
Very good. It's always safe.
Maybe for those of you who arrive at 3 o'clock in the morning. But for the rest of us, at about 7 o'clock, it is an extreme sport.
It's everything else, not safe. Karibu sana, though. It's good to see you. Welcome. City will welcome you with the day's proverb, but before he does that, he has a message for you about making sure that you're healthy and you know about your health. City, mwambie yeye.
You know how it is. You have these fevers and which never go away. And if you don't have them, you have this cough, which never goes away. Or you have this pain in some part of your body, never goes away, and you keep thinking, well, a little painkiller here and then I'll be fine. Self-medication is called. Aga Khan University Hospital is saying, look, so that you actually know what is happening in your body, not anybody else's, yours, why don't you come for a checkup? They are offering a service that will enable you to have a comprehensive lookabout, whether it is your eye socket, whether it is the ball joint of your arm, the shock absorber on your legs. They will understand, and then they will tell you, look, we've examined you, and this is what we have found. They say a stitch in time saves 9. When you know the condition of your health, you are able to nip anything that may be happening in the bud so that it doesn't grow to a full-blown problem. The problem that we hear of when we're told, oh, so-and-so was suddenly rushed to hospital. So-and-so is in HDU, those ones. When you go for a checkup, you avoid, you take the opportunity, and for an amount that is fairly affordable, 9,950. Any Aga Khan unit, any, you will be offered this service. It's something that is worth considering. If you don't have the 9,950, save for it. When you get it, go. When you're over 40, now this one, I'm giving you free advice.
This one doesn't apply to me.
When you're over 40, it doesn't apply to Irongo. Go at least twice a year. You never know. 6 months is a long time. Yes.
Every 5,000 kilometers.
Every 5,000 kilometers.
Maintenance is required. Actually, on this one, City, just to say, I am a complete convert. I actually do this twice a year. I have done this for the last 8 years. And I have a dear friend at the moment who is battling stage 4 cancer, prostate cancer. And, I just want to say, for everybody to really take, I guess, very seriously their health. And, 9,000 shillings for some people is a lot of money, given all the attempts to have mandatory taxes and mandatory contributions. But I think it is so important that people regularly check. Like you say, maintenance keeps a car running for several years. But if you run it into the ground and expect the battery, the shock absorbers, or the, I guess, what is the other thing that in cars we need to do regularly? I think the other thing is brakes to work. It will not.
Now the proverb.
For the whole of this week, we have been in the Republic of Botswana. Last week, this week, and the week that is following, we are looking at landlocked African countries. We have asked every guest who sat on the seat you're sitting on to at least tell us one landlocked country, and not Uganda.
And not Ethiopia.
Well, I mean, there's so many landlocked countries. Just one. Okay, the Democratic Republic, not so democratic, the Democratic Republic of Congo.
It's not landlocked.
It's not?
Nope, it is not. Think about it.
What does it sea access?
It has. There's a city there called...
Unless you're including Congo-Brazzaville.
Nope. DRC has sea access.
Okay, let's perhaps go with another one.
To the Atlantic.
It looks...
Are you including lakes?
Nope.
Okay. So
lakes are within the country, Chief.
So Uganda?
We said no Uganda, one.
You said no Uganda. I said DRC.
We said no.
Uganda is a low-hanging fruit. We know it's a low-hanging fruit. That we say no Uganda.
We said no Uganda, no Ethiopia.
And if you want us to continue, no Rwanda.
So we need to, the definition of landlocked now needs to be made a bit clear. Yeah. Okay, interesting. But all right, let's take Zimbabwe. Or as my relatives call it, Zimbabwe.
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 Zimbabwe. We used to even spell it in games many years ago like that.
Zimbabwe.
Don't tell me they found C also. Because I'm beginning to look at that one is okay. Acceptable.
Yeah.
I will return to my geography classes.
Yes, South Africa is where you would have gotten 0.
Yeah, 0, yeah.
You said Mozambique are doing a nigga.
Hey, you need to know the fish of Mozambique and the beaches.
The proverb. Famine hides under the granary.
Famine hides under the granary. Wrong with this one.
So what this proverb tells me, famine lies under the granary, tells me that in places where there is plenty, you can also find poverty.
Yep.
That inequality, which is a feature of, unfortunately, most countries of the world, but particularly those that are middle-income countries like Kenya, where there is opulence, there is accumulation of resources, there is comfort and convenience for 1% of the population. For 99%, they just look up and see that opulence with a sense of disdain and sometimes disgust.
My friend, you've done very well.
Oh, asante.
You've done extremely well.
And I would just, for the record, like to say there was no cheat sheet. No more Kenya was passed to me before this show. This was on the spot live.
There was no special favor.
No special favor granted.
To family and friends.
Okay. Irongo, Amnesty International Kenya is part of the organizations that come together under the Police Reforms Working Group, right? Now, we assume that just by the name that you're working to, work towards reforms in the police service, that you're working with the National Police Service Commission and other stakeholders to push for reforms. Okay? Now, there's what we've been seeing with the police with these demonstrations. And there's been a lot of complaint about how the police are handling demonstrators and protesters. What is your immediate response when you see all those complaints?
I think, to be honest, emotionally, I feel saddened, not just because I think a state has an obligation to protect its citizens, particularly when they are active and they are vocal. But I think it is also sadness that so many people get hurt in the process. I mean, yesterday, the acting Inspector General gave the figure of 174 suspects that had been arrested in custody. What he omitted to share with the nation is a number of other statistics. So the good news, first of all, is that there were no fatalities as far as the Police Reforms Working Group or other organizations who have been monitoring the protests have found. However, there were 30 patients. There were 30 people who were injured. 6 of them had gunshot wounds. What? 11 of them had tear gas injuries. 5 of them had soft tissue or bruises, and 5 of them had panic attacks. 30 patients, 6 with gunshot wounds. Now, those are also statistics that the
live ammunition or rubber bullets?
Live ammunition and rubber bullets, so both. So I think we have to say that, the cost of violent policing, is just too high in many ways. The numbers that came out on the streets were relatively low comparatively to what we've seen in the past. Definitely, not like we saw on the 25th of June. But how is it possible that you can have so many injuries and many of them gunshot wounds? We saw deliberate targeting of journalists yesterday. Many of your colleagues, my colleagues also, in that sense, I have a column, so I guess I'm also a journalist. Many of us were attacked on the streets of Nairobi yesterday for simply just reporting what was happening. And I think we have to say that's unacceptable. It is not the future that we need to lean into, particularly on a day when the state was swearing in several cabinet secretaries, including the cabinet secretary for Interior.
When the police are working, I'm sure now for the years that you've worked with the Police Reforms Working Group and studying the police code of conduct and everything, How are police supposed to conduct themselves in a demonstration such as yesterday's?
Yeah.
In a protest, let's call it a protest such as yesterday's.
So I got in a bit of a debate on Twitter a couple of days ago when I tweeted under hashtag #authoritarianism playbook. And what I pointed out in that tweet was just all the tactics that we've seen from authoritarian policing, not just in Kenya, but Nigeria, Venezuela, and Peru and other places. And, the features are fairly clear. The first is that, you do not accept the notices or have logistical meetings with the protest organizers. When the protests start, you immediately target the leaders and the marshals, which sends the protests into confusion. Thirdly, you indiscriminately shoot into the crowds. And fourthly, you abduct or you mass arrest on arbitrary charges several people within the protest. And that sends Article 37 into confusion. So your question is, what is the human rights playbook, which is the other side? And that's a very simple one. In fact, in 2017, the Kenya National Commission for Human Rights, with Article 19, produced a checklist of about 25 things that the National Police Service could do. And that document is still not up on the web and could be I think essential reading for the incoming Inspector General and the incoming Interior Minister, I guess, if you can look at that position as an incoming position. But it is an opportunity for leadership to essentially embrace a different way of working. And what are the features of a human rights playbook? It is essentially, establishing contact with organizers. And it is becoming increasingly difficult, I think, because the protests have now taken on this multiple-headed approach. But, it's not long ago we remember that they were protest organizers. Boniface Mwangi was going to the police station and he was asking, he was informing them that he was going to organize a protest. And in many cases, either the notices were not accepted or they were not respected. Yeah. So I think that's the first thing, respect the notice process, because I think if people felt that there was integrity there, they would actually come to police stations and share the routes, share the numbers of people that they're expecting and request accompaniment by the police, because essentially the police is there to facilitate protest. The second thing is we have seen very little, although there have been some cases of de-escalation on the ground. There's been no less, I think, than about 40 or 50 protests just over the last 2 to 3 months or so. And I think what we need to do, and the Police Reforms Working Group will be working on this, is to just study each of those protests to see what were the ingredients that kept them peaceful, what were the ingredients that allowed them to become violent. And I guess the other part of the human rights playbook is to be able to isolate those that come to loot, those that come to hurt, and to disrupt the protests. And I think, one of the mistakes that has been made, and I hear it often from the police leadership and the interior leadership, is that they brush everybody, all the protesters, around this term criminality. Yep. And I think being able to isolate, arrest, and remove criminals from a protest not only protects the protester, it protects police officers and the bystanders.
Well, then, is there any written down procedure and process for the police on what they're supposed to do? There's a police, what is it called? Service manual operating?
The standing orders.
The standing orders of the police. What do they say?
So there are probably three levels of, I guess, law and bylaw and regulations that should be guiding police officers. The first is, of course, Article 37, which is one of the simplest articles in our Constitution. The second is the various laws, including the police standing, orders and the Police Act itself. And then there will be operational procedures that are released by the commanding officers for each moment, each protest, each jurisdiction will have its own, regulations and protocols. And that's where the mischief or the miracle lies. Depending on what the orders are given, to the officers on the ground, that sets the tone for the protest. In fact, as Amnesty, looking at most of the protests over the last 10 years, what we have seen as a constant pattern is if the police behave within lawfully, then in most cases, the protests tend to go very well. Amnesty has organized several protests over the last 10 years. And in many of those cases, nobody got hurt, neither police, bystander, nor protester. But the petitions were delivered to the state offices, and therefore the term picketing had its, had its essence or had its substance in line with the Constitution. So I think it is the third set of regulations that unfortunately are never shared with the public. And this is why we have to keep saying that while there are individual officers who disgrace their uniform, we have to demand transparency around the operating procedures that are given to them to operate within.
What appears, if we look at just the conduct of the security forces, one gets the impression that within the police service, there are units whose function is to deal with the protests. Yeah. I mean, if you have what we call traffic police, it's a division. If you have DCI, that is a division. In my youth, there's a unit that used to be called riot police. And the nickname was Fanya Fujo Wone. And it was understood that when that group was unleashed, you would be injured, at the very least. People didn't die very often, but limbs were broken. Enormous harm was caused. But in all these matters and in all the numbers that you've given us, how many policemen were injured and how many died?
I mean, one of the things I think we have to fault both the National Police and the Interior Ministry is those figures are not shared regularly. For example, yesterday, in the statement that came from the IG, we did not have a statement about the lives of police officers. And for Amnesty International, that's also
said
important.
One officer was injured.
One officer, okay. Yeah. So one officer. But, I think coming back to the essence of your question, which is essentially if it is the case that protesters are by nature violent.
Yes. Then out of the matter.
Then we would have seen a lot more cases of police officers. I mean, I think we are still shocked by the experience of that inspector who lost both his arms as he was handling tear gas canisters to throw at protesters. And we realized that actually the violence, the use of non-lethal weapons and lethal weapons can go both ways. Tear gas doesn't somehow just focus on protests, it focuses on everybody. So if you shoot tear gas into a very restrained or a constrained environment, like a home or a neighborhood, like we saw in Pipeline and Githurai and other places recently, you affect not just protesters, but you affect the entire community as well. So I think what we have to say is that there has been disproportionate or excessive use of force over the last 3 months, and that is very worrying to us because it has continued the tradition of those experiences that City Muga. I'm not sure whether you were tear gassed as a teenager or as a Gen Z. I know you're just slightly older than a Gen Z, but just when you were a Gen Z, was there an experience that you had, and why is it that a couple of generations later, we are still experiencing that issue?
In our time, it was very specific. It was JM Day.
Yeah.
Okay. Unfortunately, until the university changed their timetable, it tended to coincide with the times we're having exams. So
the two things got
yes, exactly.
I'm sure JM himself would have been annoyed that people didn't go to do exams rather than...
No, we did the exams, but and also we used to have something called boom, and by that time it had run out, so you're broke. And they are the exams, and you need to pass. But the demonstrations were about that, you see? And stones would be thrown.
Yeah.
People would get injured.
Yeah.
Okay? And it was considered to be routine.
Yeah.
Okay? Where this stopped was when the Moi government started the program where Form 6 leavers would go to be trained for national youth in Gilgil. The graduates who came joined the university, and there was one such demonstration. I can't remember what we're demonstrating against. But usually when the police came, people would run around, throw stones. It was not coordinated. But this time around, not only were they coordinated, they formed themselves into units and stood. As the police were giving orders, they were giving orders. And they were moving as a unit. It was one of the funniest things I ever saw. Police taking off and people after them. It was funny. But thereafter, that thing was disbanded. Yeah. It came to an end. This thing of taking people to be disciplined and what have you. Why am I saying this? You see, the National Youth Program was a good program. But the mindset that whenever a citizenry point out to things they consider, at that time it wasn't the constitution, but things that didn't help bolster their welfare, the state felt that they must quell it with violence. Okay? When we now have a new constitution and the citizenry want to abide by the constitution and to express their wants and dislikes in a manner that the constitution allows them to, that mindset that we had in those early days and in the 90s, in the 80s and the 70s hasn't gone anywhere. Anytime the citizenry purport to want to express themselves in that manner, the understanding seems to be you don't quell it, you crush it. And that is why you find the number of people who are dead, number of people who are injured. And that's why I asked the question, how many police officers were injured and how many were killed? Yes.
I mean, I think two things that's important to recognize. I think one of the features of these particular protests has been the use of not just paramilitary units, but units that are usually reserved for tackling terrorists. And I think one of the concerns with the abductions, of which there have been over 60 now, in the last 3 months, is that they have been carried out by officers who have been trained, who are mandated to protect Kenyans on a national security basis. Many instances of abductions, and the pattern has become very clear, I think, by the testimonies of several of their victims, has been that you're picked up by officers who are completely covered in balaclavas or hooded jackets. They are carrying military-grade weapons. They pull you out of your home in the dead of the night. You are not given the opportunity, in some cases, to even change or to call your family members and explain that this is what's happening. You're not told where you're going. You're held in comunicado, and you're taken to a place that is not registered as a police station. Your phone is essentially stripped and the data is removed. And in most cases, you do not get your phone back. And I think this level of policing on, in many cases, people in their 20s who have had no experience whatsoever of crime up until that point. In fact, one of the things that has been, really shocking is that many of the people who have been abducted and those who have been arrested lawfully, many of them have no prior criminal record. These are not criminals. These are essentially people who were profoundly disappointed, as I think CT is saying, profoundly disappointed with the nature of governance in this country. And I do not think they deserved that level of, repression. And I think that's one of the things that we have to say going forward. It has to stop. The Director of Criminal Investigations, the Anti-Terrorism Police Unit, the Ministry of Interior, they have to stop using these tactics to deal with legitimate protesters.
Okay. Let's take a break. When you come back, let's discuss the recourse. Because it has happened. We say it has to stop. It's not stopping. People have been kidnapped, abducted, and they've disappeared. We were speaking to the executive director of IMLU the day before yesterday, and she was giving us an update. As of the end of July, 26 people are still missing. Many were dead. There are many unidentified bodies lying at the city morgue. I mean, something must happen. It must end. There must be justice to all these people. They are human beings. They are names. What's the recourse? Keep it here for that. Irungo Houghton, executive director of Amnesty International Kenya, is our guest, upholding the constitution, safety of protesters, and the rights of everybody in the country.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Hey, baba boy, gas imeisha, shopping imeisha, na ujue tokens bado zinalia.
Msupa, nipe mbao na 20 minutes.
Mbao, like 20 bob. 20 minutes, kwani kuna nini? Na ujue mimi nataka kupika haki.
Jaber, kwani ujui dakika mamilini every 20 minutes, halafu wanapea na 10 million every 20 minutes, na hadi kuna 3 millionaires every hour.
Daka ama milivi rahisi. Uko na nafasi 3 ya kuwa milionea kila awa. Usipitwe, cheza daka, ushike mita yako sasa. Chagua nambari zako 4 za bahati and win up to 10 million every 20 minutes. Nenda kwenye paybill 440440. Account Spice amount. Cheza na shilingi 20 hadi shilingi 2,000 na ushinde mamilioni. Daka mita, kuwa bingwa.
What? My head is aching, shoulders paining, and it's like I'm adding weight very fast.
Now, by the way, see, I thought you are... Nilifikiri umefanya ile kitu.
No, I know what you are thinking. I'm not pregnant. Not now.
Na kwani you haven't heard about Aga Khan Hospital? They have a wellness program.
Aga Khan University Hospital has made medical checkups more available through their subsidized wellness package at 9,950 for a comprehensive medical checkup. Don't wait for a health scare. Do your health check at the Aga Khan University Hospital clinics in your neighborhood today. Get your vitals checked today. Call 0111 011 888 for more information.
The weather with SpiceFM.
It's cloudy in Nairobi, 14 degrees Celsius, 23 in Mombasa. It's also cloudy in Mombasa. It's cloudy in Nyeri at 14. It's cloudy in Nakuru at 14. Partly sunny in Malindi at 25. Sunny in Kisumu at 19. Sunny in Eldoret at 13. And Kampala is also sunny at 19. Kakamega is sunny at 17. Addis Ababa sunny at 13. Mogadishu sunny at 27. Dar es Salaam mostly cloudy at 21. Johannesburg partly cloudy at 14. Kinshasa mostly clear at 18. Kampala 19 and sunny. Paris 18 and mostly clear. Beijing light rain showers at 29. London mostly cloudy at 20. And mostly cloudy in New York at 22. So the situation along the southern bypass continues, and now the traffic is stretching on both sides. If you're leaving Olesereni heading towards the Langata Road interchange, it's busy around that curve at Wilson Airport, and it's also affecting the same kind of traffic is also affected on the way from Langata Road heading towards Mombasa Road. On Mombasa Road itself, it's busy as you approach Sirikabana interchange, of course, and then you move on and then to Imara Daima, where it's also busy, and then you get all the way to the General Motors interchange, sort of an interchange there. North Airport Road is not so busy actually right now. It's improving. But Embakasi, all the way from Eastern Bypass, coming from Embakasi, heading towards the interchange with Outer Ring Road, it's pretty busy. How's it looking like on Jogoo Road? Busy heading towards City Stadium roundabout. And then it's busy on Landis Road towards the retail market. It's also busy on Haile Selassie Avenue both ways to the Moi Avenue roundabout, all the way to Mombasa Road roundabout, and that's Uhuru Highway roundabout. Uhuru Highway itself is moving at the roundabouts. That's Nyao Stadium and Bunyala Road roundabout. It's moving. Thika Superhighway, as you expect, the traffic stretches all the way now to the interchange with Outer Ring coming towards town. Mombasa Road, not Mombasa Road, but Kiambu Road is stretching past Muthaiga into the NYS and DCI areas. So just be patient as you come towards town.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. Spice FM.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
Mornings done right.
Our conversation continues with the Executive Director of Amnesty International Kenya, Irongo Houghton. We are talking about the police and the conduct of police during protests. So we see those things happening, Irongo. Right. We know that there is the Independent Policing Oversight Authority that has said it's conducting investigations. We know the police have their own internal affairs unit that looks at the conduct of their own police officers. But so far, no police officer has been interdicted. People have died. People have been shot. No police officer has been interdicted. People have been abducted. There's no answer to this. What's the recourse?
Yeah. So, I mean, I can only quote the President of the Republic, who has stood up, I think, 4 or 5 times saying that there will be accountability for these actions, and ask him to initiate that process. So if we do not see, interdiction and arrest of officers and their commanding officers as well for the kind of violence that we have seen, we have heard authoritatively from several victims' families that autopsies have been interfered with, or crime scene has been interfered with. I think the most painful one was really the first protester to be killed, and that was Rex Masai. And his mother has publicly said that the bullet wound was tampered with prior to the post-mortem. So we need to see accountability for that. That would be the first step. The second one, I think, relates to, the a relationship with the Independent Policing Oversight Authority. And it's at 2 levels. I think the first one is to make sure that the authority is given the resources that it is required to do this. Most of the independent offices and the constitutional commissions are running on about a 30 to 40% deficit in terms of the budgets. Apart from that, IPOA has to be held accountable for the status of all the investigations into all the cases of the 60 people who have died up to this space. So the pressure from the public must continue with IPOA. But I think the pressure also has to be directed to the Inspector General of the National Police Service. Until I hear the Inspector General publicly state that he has instructed all his commanding officers and his police officers to cooperate with the Independent Policing Oversight Authority to secure crime scenes until the the IPOA investigators have arrived, to have essentially secured the bodies of people who have been shot by police officers, to have secured ballistics, to have reported and handed over guns that were used in operations to the Independent Oversight Authority. I don't think we are operating within the spirit of the IPOA Act or even the Constitution. So there's a kind of a bundle of things. I think the other things that we've been taught by these last 2 or 3 months is that, until we have an independent coronary service, a independent forensic capacity, then trying to get police officers to investigate other police officers will always be frustrating, and the justice that we seek will be obscured. So I think we need to see a clear role publicly announced for the national coroner. And of course, this is an act that we passed in 2017. But we're still not seeing the power and the independence of that office essentially guaranteed. Why don't we have a missing persons database? So all the people who have lost their loved ones, whose loved ones are missing, why aren't they able to go to a central point and give their DNA, so that when bodies show up in the different mortuaries across the country, it is matched with the national database, and the people that are lying there, we're told about 60 people at the Nairobi funeral home, that would be an easy exercise to do. Why is there no political will behind these proposals? The second area is really fingerprinting of all missing persons. All unidentified bodies should be immediately fingerprinted and placed into the National Registration Bureau. Now, these seem to be very simple things. They are within the capacities. They don't require any more tremendously, more resources, but they're not being used. The last one, I think, is that the public must continue to demand for accountability, and also must rally against attempts within the National Assembly. In this 13th Assembly, there is a bill that is trying to kill the right to assembly, and to constrain it to a point that actually it will not be very useful as an article. Now, it is probably going to be knocked out on constitutional basis, but I think we have to rise as a country and say that the right to assemble, the right to expression, the right to a free media has to be guaranteed, not just for this generation, but for the generations and the other governments to come. These are very practical things that can be done.
Rongo, every time we have seen demonstrations and there's been call for accountability from the police, this time we have seen this series of demonstrations and still the same calls for accountability from the police, from those in authority. You do not get it. The Inspector General of Police does not acknowledge that the police have used brute force. The Cabinet Secretary for Interior does not acknowledge that the police may have overstepped. The President does not acknowledge. They all try to downplay. They downplay the figures. When figures are presented, they say, no, those are not the figures. Cut down the figures almost by half by saying, no, what we know is that there are not 60 people who have died. We have only a number of 40. But those 40, we shall make sure that there is justice. And then we don't see anything happening beyond that. It's not going to happen. It will not happen. It will not come from, you said, is there political goodwill? I tell you, there's no political goodwill. The Cabinet Secretary, when he was being vetted by Parliament, he basically just pushed that thing. And when he was asked the question about accountability for the deaths, for the abductions, for the arrests, for the injured, he said the police are independent. He pushed it. The Inspector General of Police, the one who stepped aside, and the new ones, they're speaking the same language. So it will not happen. So what's the other route? What's the other route to make sure that these 60 people are not forgotten? Like the very many others who've died in the hands of the police and they've been forgotten. That the ones who've been abducted and are missing are actually not just a statistic. The ones who are abducted and were released, but they are so traumatized that they do not speak. That torture is accounted for. What's the other route that people can use to make sure that the rule of law, the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya, is upheld by all?
Yeah. I mean, I think when history, Frederick Douglass and the Gen Z movement would tell us that where leadership fails, something else becomes inevitable. And the inevitability, I think, is the idea of an organized public demand. So Frederick Douglass is the anti-slavery campaigner and activist, or even human rights activist. And I don't know whether they called him a human rights activist in the days of slavery, but he would say that power concedes nothing without an organized public demand. And I think, for the leadership to recognize that actually the funding for the Gen Z movement is not to be found in the traditional places that they expected it to come from. It is not the Ford Foundations. It's not the politicians. It's not the non-governmental organizations. They may have been things that have begun to develop since then, but I think the original spirit of the Gen Z movement was essentially a very pure spirit. And what it said was that where leadership fails, the public will rise up and begin to respond and organize around issues. And they will do it in ways that are unexpected. Essential reading, if I had been in Parliament the other day, I was actually away when the vetting took place, but essential reading, I think, for all of the cabinet secretaries would be two books. One is a book called The Spider and the Starfish, and the second one would be New Power. And I think if they read those two books, in fact, perhaps they could be a retreat just for the cabinet to go away on their own cost, personal cost, to basically just read those two books. Because I think what they would get from that is that actually there is a reason why Article 1 starts with the sovereignty of the people. It is because the people confer governance and power to the state. The state, without that, is helpless. There are 100,000 police officers maximum. There are 56 million people, as we saw in places like Venezuela, Bangladesh. Let's see, where's the other place that has shocked us? Chile recently, or even the beginnings in Nigeria. What we've learned is that actually, without consent, it is impossible to govern your agenda. And therefore, the change needs to happen at the level of leadership so that the conditions for what we've seen in the last 3 or 4 months do not reoccur for the entire period of this administration.
Actually, policing works because of consent.
Yeah.
Consent from the policed.
Yes, they are willing to be law-abiding.
From the public, yeah.
They are very, very willing to be law-abiding. And even when they are not law-abiding, you can see they understand and they will seek a way of trying to make good that situation. But when a citizenry decides that that is not going to be, it's not going to be business as usual, then policing is impossible. Not difficult. Yeah. It's simply not possible. Bangladesh, the police resigned. I mean, this is something that is interesting. They resigned. Yeah. They said, we this job, we're not doing it. And then they were seeking protection from the army. Yeah. Against who? The citizenry. Reversed roles. Yeah. The citizenry whom they had brutalized, they now realized that perhaps our lives are going to be in danger. Now, what that tells me is that they knew that what they were doing was wrong. They understood it. But at the time they're doing it, they thought it was right. This is the whole point. Back to Kenya. When you hear the first utterances that one heard from politicians, including the president, when the protests began and we started seeing injuries and we heard of deaths, we were hearing of a police service who are actually doing their jobs. And we're thinking, God, this is their job, really. Now, thereafter, it's distancing themselves from the police. What I wonder is, the police were given instructions and orders, and again, that service works on obeying orders and simply doing what you're told. It is clear you will be left holding that baby and the bath water because the person who gave you the orders is faceless.
Yeah.
You will be held to account for something which you were told to do.
Yeah.
Yes, you didn't wake up and decide this is what you're going to do. What I wonder is, when I look at the leadership of this country, do you really think that they have actually embraced the Constitution? Do they actually think that because they're in leadership, that these protests are actually a right that the citizenry have? The rights of the people when our political class are in the opposition and the rights of the people when they seem to be in power seem to be very different.
Yeah.
The utterances that support what I'm saying were heard during the campaigns. The things that this government told us they would not do and the things we will not see. And we're seeing it in abundance. This is the whole problem now.
Yeah.
So it tells me that there is an understanding that people must be crushed. Dissenting voices must be put down forcefully. And anyone who dares rear the head and challenge the government, woe betide you. Because that seems to be accepted.
I mean, I think there are a couple of things, and without kind of, spoiling breakfast for many of your listeners and your viewers, there is a reason why Haiti collapsed to the point that it did. It's probably too complex to go into it in a show like this, but I think one of the things that, one feature of Haiti that I think we have to remember, and it links to C.T. Muga's point, is that they are police officers who are running criminal gangs in Haiti, right? There is a story about a man called Babekwe, Jimmy Babekwe, I think his name is, and
barbecue.
yeah, sorry, is it barbecue?
They call him barbecue.
Actually, I should be careful. There are probably children listening. So a word to the minors who are listening to this show, please. It is barbecue, not babekwe. But there is a reason, why there is a descent into lawlessness and anarchy. And I think over the last 3 months, as Amnesty International, we have constantly been looking at the situation from the lens of 3 possible scenarios for Kenya. One is a constitutionalist scenario, that we navigate this moment within the constitutional framework. The second is an authoritarian moment, that you see a crackdown and a violation of all the constitutional freedoms and the responsibilities that both citizens and the state have. And the third one is anarchy. Right. And, Haiti is the anarchy option. Right. So I think we have to say to, the new administration that public participation or the right to participate and a responsive state is a national security issue. The failure to listen to the Republic, the failure to listen to the public, the failure to hear what it is that is important to us is what created the tax revolt that we saw in June. That tax revolt can be replayed across different government policies continuously, not just for the next 2 or 3 years until the election, but for the next decade. And what happens is you erode the confidence and the legitimacy of the state. Now, is anybody listening? I always hope there is. I know there. When I go into courtrooms to follow the cases of police officers that have killed Kenyans unlawfully, and I look at that police officer alone, perhaps with some family members, perhaps with a lawyer, I don't see the entire 100,000 police officers standing with that police officer. I don't see the Inspector General standing next to that police officer. And what I realize is that actually there is an individual accountability and a culpability that comes with breaking the law. And I think what we have to say to people is in positions of responsibility and in positions of state power is that you are accountable for wielding that power. and you can be, even as they say, the arc of justice is long. Even after you leave office, that can come after you. We know so many cases of people during the last administration that are being pursued in this administration because of things that they did even 10 years ago. So I think we have to come back to this argument that public participation is sacrosanct. It has to be treated with a level of respect. Otherwise, we get the conditions of a revolt and the slide towards anarchy.
When the president was addressing his new ministers yesterday, he used very, very beautiful words, and we're even reviewing them earlier with the city. Very beautiful words. You can listen to this one. Many public officials have fallen short of the constitutional standard for public officers as laid out in Article 10, Chapter 6 and Chapter 12 of the Constitution, which make it clear that we as public officers are the servants of the people, and that the totality of our actions and our conduct must reflect this fundamental principle and the highest standard of integrity required of public office. He also spoke about accountability, and he said to enhance accountability, there'll be issues of accountability, the expectations of the people of Kenya have made their expectations known in bold terms. They have also made their intolerance for failure, inefficiency, corruption, and ineptitude equally clear. As champions of the nation's development agenda, you will be team players, servant leaders, faithful trustees, effective stewards of the people's interests. The number one people's interest is their safety. To know that you will leave your home and come back home at night safe. Now, I had assumed that the first job that the Cabinet Secretary for the Interior and National Coordination would have is this one. To be accountable for the many people who have died, for the many people who've been injured, and making sure that this does not continue to happen. But are they listening? Do you think when Professor Kithure Kindiki was listening to this president speak, he got that as his brief? Do you think that's what the president meant, even when he was saying this? When he said that, let me make it clear, in fact, he said this, it is important to make it clear that my support for you ends if it conflicts with my accountability to the people of Kenya. That when he's held to account, the president, and he knows it's a docket that is with, for example, Professor Kithure Kindiki, then he will not support Professor Kithure Kindiki. So how do we make that then work? Yeah. Because then, like you said, it has to come from we, the people, saying these are not 60 is a very high number. Yeah. Last year, 70 was a very high number.
Yeah. I mean, I think there are a couple of things. First of all, I think, I like fine words. Right?
They're beautiful.
I like beautiful words.
Right.
I like constitutionalism. I like words that uplift a country in line with our constitutional national values. I like even better deeds that reflect those words. Right? And I think what we would ask of the leadership is what would be the deeds that would be consistent with a pledge of accountability to the Republic in a time like this. So, for example, the choice of appointments. Making appointments that are consistent with Chapter 6. Is that happening? The behavior of the leadership. Is it consistent with constitutional values? And it's not just about what you say, but it's also about how you deploy your resources and you deploy your finances towards the constitutional, the Bill of Rights. The third one is the point that you've made around accountability. How do you complete the past? How do you draw a line that says, yes, these things have happened. A responsible government would be to do the following 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is there compensation for the families that have experienced this horrible, experience that we've seen? For the survivors, what is going to be done? Just let me say something that will sound completely bizarre. For all those people that went through, enforced disappearances and abductions, that everybody in the world can see except the leadership. For all those people, is there any opportunity for them to get psychosocial support? Like if a state could even offer some form of psychosocial support, if they could even offer some form of legal representation for those victims, then we would see some integrity in this process. right? So I think what we have to say is that there is a continued, I guess what you'd say, wound in the national soul that has not been healed yet. And just moving on will not sort that out. A few months ago, a couple of years ago now, Chief Bishar died. Chief Bishar was from Wajir, and he was one of the people who lived through the Wagala massacre. And he, for decades, pursued justice for all those people that died on that airstrip. And one of the things that he said before he died, he said that I didn't think I would live to see a public apology from the national government. And he got a presidential apology. But what he did not see was compensation for all of the families of the people who died that day. And I think, so that we don't create the conditions for another Truth, Justice and Reconciliation Commission, this can be tackled in real time. So what I would like to see within the first 100 days of the Interior Cabinet Ministry's tenure would be to clean up this period. Right? I think it was encouraging to hear, and I've not listened to the entire vetting, but it was encouraging to hear that he is generating protocols, new ways of policing protests. But I think the thing that strikes me is without an admission of what went wrong, how can you start with a proposal of what could go right? And we have not seen a change dramatically. Right now, I think as I say this, we follow the protests very closely. So there are moments where we see, lawfulness. We see an appeal to the Constitution. We see an appeal to Article 37. We see restraint by police officers, and there have been cases like that. So let's not just tarnish the last 3 months as being purely carnage and violence. There have been moments where you see police officers essentially grasping the responsibility they have under very difficult circumstances. But it is not widespread. It is not the policy. Black Lives Matter. I don't know if I have time to do this. But
you don't.
I don't. Okay, let me stop there.
Okay.
There's a lesson from Black Lives Matter that unfortunately I don't think we're learning in Kenya.
No, say it.
Okay, great. Okay. It'll take a minute. So in about a month ago was the anniversary of one of the first African Americans who were killed, and the mobilization that took place in places like Ferguson. A decade later, what the Black Lives Matter have done for police reforms in the United States, and there are several decentralized police services across the United States. You've seen the introduction of 4 or 5 things that have changed the face of policing significantly, but not completely. The use of body cams for police officers, the bans on no-knock warrants. There was a time when the police could essentially just knock down a door and shoot into a home. Trainings around implicit racial bias, restraint using policing. Now, it is not the end, as we saw even I think 2 weeks ago. There was a woman who was shot essentially for carrying a sufuria and facing police officers. But it's the body cam that the police officer used that got him convicted or got him prosecuted. So I think if a police service in the United States with a history of racism, a history of anti-people, anti-marginalized people culture can reform itself, I don't understand even why the National Service, with its long history of its roots in colonialism, why it is not able to reform itself. If it can happen in places like the US with the Black Lives Matter, why can't the Gen Z movement produce a new form of policing in this country?
Professor Kithure Kindiki, that's a message to you. It's 2 minutes after 8. Irungo Houghton, Executive Director of Amnesty International Kenya. Keep it here for more conversations.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. 174 people spent the night in police custody after they were arrested during Thursday's anti-government protest dubbed Nane March. While making the announcement, Acting Inspector General of Police Gilbert Masengeli claimed that the protest organizers failed to notify the security organs of their planned actions as per the law, but police officers were deployed accordingly to ensure there were no chaos as prior intelligence had shown. Meanwhile, these young men in Nairobi explained why they took part in the protests.
The same people he has sacked is the same people he brought them back. That is not the way.
The government is playing politics with us, trying to manipulate us, trying to manipulate our movements, and bringing the political class on board so that they can continue manipulating and continuing infringing on our rights.
So we are trying to save the soul of our president, the soul of this nation, and the souls of our future generations.
Still on the Nane march, police have accused Safina party leader Jimmy Wanjigi of sponsoring the demos and appealed to him to surrender to authorities. Acting Inspector General Police Gilbert Masengeli said the officers raided Wanjigi's Muthaiga home.
We intercepted a personal motor vehicle, Brado model KDC 883R in Muthaiga, at the residence of Jimmy Wanjigi. In the vehicle, we have recovered 4 tear gas canister, 2 Motorola gadgets, 7 assorted touchers for the pocket phones, and 1 mobile phone. Investigators are on the ground and to ascertain more details.
The National Assembly Committee on Appointments is set to reconvene today to vet President William Ruto's nominees for Attorney General and Cabinet Secretary for East African Affairs and Regional Development. If confirmed, Beatrice Askul will lead the ESC docket, while Dorcas Odwor will become the country's first female Attorney General. Askul, a long-time ally of opposition leader Raila Odinga, previously served as the CEC for Water, Irrigation, Agriculture and Land Reclamation in the Turkana County government, while Odwor is currently the Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions. President William Ruto nominated the duo last week, days after nominating 19 others who took the oath of office on Thursday. The vetting committee, chaired by Moses Wetangula, will assess their suitability and present a report to the National Assembly, either declining or approving their nominations. The fate of Meru Governor Kawira Mwangaza once again lies with the Senate after MCS voted overwhelmingly to impeach her on Thursday. The fresh bid to oust Mwangaza was tabled by nominated MCA Zipporah Kenya, who called for her removal due to gross violation of the Constitution and misuse of public resources. The members also blamed the governor for failing to address the ongoing medic strike as well as the county staff medical cover despite allocations of funds for their medical needs.
I vote yes. I vote yes.
It is a no from the residents of Kibirichi Ward.
When I want, I vote no.
For the people of Antubete and the mayor at large, I vote yes. For the redemption of mayor, I vote yes.
I vote a strong yes. It is a yes.
It is a capital N and capital O, no.
Those who did not vote are 0. Those who didn't vote are 3. And then those ones who voted nay are 17. And the ayes are 49. The ayes have it.
Reacting to the impeachment, Mwangaza expressed confidence on social media, writing on X, and I quote, "These too will pass." End of quote. In Bangladesh, the Nobel Peace Prize winning economist Muhammad Yunus has been sworn in as the head of the country's interim government 3 days after Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina was forced to resign and flee to neighboring India. Yunus, who is 84, took the oath during a ceremony at the presidential palace in Dhaka on Thursday night that was attended by political leaders, civil society leaders, generals and diplomats. He pledged to uphold the constitution and perform his duties sincerely. More than a dozen members of his cabinet, whose titles are advisors, not ministers, also took the oath as the caretaker government will now seek to restore peace and prepare for new elections. That's the News Wire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
This is one of the hottest show that we can never miss in the morning, and it's a show that really gives a real situation in the situation room.
Pleasure to be here. Thank you guys so much. Nduthai, nice meeting you. And even beautiful in person more than in photos.
Say that again.
Character is like pregnancy, you cannot hide it. You know, people hiding here and there, you know, but after 2, 3 months, 5 months, now you see. So that is why the attitude that you were showing us, you're pregnant.
It's like what my grandmother would say. You cannot pickpocket a naked man.
How's that? It's communal, isn't it?
No comment.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
We have a traffic issue this morning on the southern bypass right out of Mombasa Road heading towards Langata Road junction, and also coming from Langata Road coming towards Mombasa Road along the curve at the Wilson Airport. The traffic has started there around 6 a.m. and it's still now it's looking bad. So if you must, please, if you could, please avoid just getting into the southern bypass at that point. If you're coming towards town on Mombasa Road, you'll find traffic at Imara Daima as usual, and then you'll find it coming all the way to General Motors, that junction, and after that it clears. That tells you that usually there's a problem with the junction at General Motors. Kenya National Highways Authority, if you're listening, this is what happens when you do such kind of things on the road. And then you have a problem as you get onto the North Airport Road, that curve, that interchange that gets you into Uhuru Highway. Again, another design issue that causes the traffic that stretches all the way to Embakasi, all the way to the Eastern Bypass, all the way to Utawala. It's chock-a-block all the way. Outer Ring Road is busy around the Feather Estate, and also it gets busy into Donholm, Savannah Road, into Manyanja Road, getting into Jogoo Road. Thika Superhighway is stretching very well back into past Allsops coming towards town, and Kiambu Road is also very busy. Just be patient wherever you are on the road this morning.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation.
We're on to the third hour of the Situation Room this morning, 10 minutes after 8. Thank you very much for choosing this as the way to start your day. Asante sana. And even thank you, City, to the very many people who are usually very active on our live streams on YouTube and on Facebook. For example, on YouTube, we have very many people, and we usually have a vibrant conversation and debate among those who are following.
Yes.
And we encourage you, go there, please. If you're watching us on our live stream on YouTube, go engage in the conversation. For example, Catherine Getau is saying, have we defined accountability? What is accountability? When we talk about, if you're not accountable, I shall be an accountable president and we shall have an accountable government. Have we defined accountability? I feel the political loyalty or cake-sharing philosophy is still the one that is alive and well in this country. Not an issue of accountability. The traffic police taking money at General Motors while coming to town every morning for all PSVs. Regan Oboru is blowing the whistle on that and saying this is happening a lot. Kilonzo Aaron says IPOA, NCIC, ODPP, NGEC must be scrapped immediately. These are useless, irrelevant and taxpayer money fleecing commissions. Actually, the ODPP and EACC must be merged. ODPP is blocking fight on corruption. This is what people feel about the institutions that have been established to serve them. So it's a big issue here that has a big conversation that continues happening on social media. On our YouTube live stream. Go there, engage, and we love that you are all there. If you're joining us on YouTube, on Facebook, on X, on TikTok, on KTN Home, on KTN News, on SpiceFM, from anywhere across the globe, karibu sana. This next hour is going to talk about adolescent sexual and reproductive health rights. And we're joined by two ladies. Naomi Kijani is a school health department, works with the school health department at the Nairobi City County Government, and Adeline Nyange is a project officer at the Africa Youth Transformation. Good morning to both of you.
Good morning.
Welcome to the hot seats of the Situation Room.
Thank
How does it feel, Adeline? Does it feel warm and comfortable?
Yes, thank you very much for having us.
Very good.
Yeah.
Karibuni sana. Naomi, how does it feel?
I feel good. I feel you've welcomed me well.
Nairobi inawak.
Nairobi inawak.
Okay.
Inawak.
Lazima iwak.
Lazima iwak.
Sawa. Siti,
yes.
Please tell the ladies what the Okoh University Hospital has told you to tell them.
Actually, when you said you feel good, remind me of a song by a certain gentleman called James Brown. I feel good. That's how the song went. You know the song. Now, if you want to just feel good, well, feel good. But if you really want to feel good, you need to know the status of your health.
Sure.
You need to know what it is that you're walking with inside your body. Is it something that might just blow up? Or, on the other hand, you're absolutely well and there's nothing to worry about.
Sure.
But you can't know this unless you go for a checkup. Yes, now Aga Khan University Hospital, in all its branches, is offering that service. And they're saying, work, consider, save, find 9,950 shillings, come to us and we will give you that checkup.
That's good.
It is better to know. It is better safe than sorry.
Yes,
Sure.
that's true.
So,
And it's a comprehensive checkup.
yes, they will check everything. Are your eyes suddenly going to pop out? Are your ears suddenly going to get blocked? You will know. When you know, you are able to treat whatever you have early before it becomes a problem. We're saying it in the earlier hour. You hear somebody suddenly fell ill and was rushed to hospital. That's what you want to avoid.
Yeah.
But he was well. He came to work yesterday, and now he's in the ICU. That one. Whatever took you there was always there. You just didn't know.
That's true.
The day you go to hospital, it has manifested. It has knocked loudly, and it has come out and said, "Actually, I've been here all along, and here I am." And you, hospital. So let's avoid this and live healthy
Sure.
lives.
I think I've been talking about this also. Will you find that? Let me talk about cancer specifically. They don't, when they show signs that critical stage. So it's good to go for a checkup, and I'm really encouraging men on this. I'm encouraging men.
It's important.
And also women. I know women, we mostly go to the hospitals because when it comes to tasks like taking children to the hospital, women are the one who are tasked on this in our African community. So I'm encouraging everybody, go for the checkup. It's good for your life.
They say to be forewarned is to be forearmed.
Yes.
City. The proverb.
For the whole of this week, we have been looking at proverbs from the Republic of Botswana. But interestingly, last week, this week, and the week that is to follow, we're looking at proverbs from landlocked countries in Africa. Now, this is where we ask you to participate. Mention one landlocked country in Africa, not Uganda, not Rwanda, not Burundi. Okay, start.
I wanted to say Uganda.
Think again.
Any other? Hazard a guess.
Just hazard a guess. Landlocked. In the middle of Africa.
Naomi?
Chad?
Good. Yes, indeed. Chad is landlocked.
You're bailing me. Can I talk of Somalia?
No.
You can, but it isn't landlocked.
It's not.
It has a huge coastline.
Oh, sure.
Move slightly inland after Somalia. There's a country that borders us also. And then it also borders Ethiopia and it also borders Sudan. Hey, I've literally told
Think LAPSET. What does LAPSET stand for?
And think of Salva Kiir.
Southern Sudan.
I see. Well done. Okay. And the proverbs this week are from?
The Republic of Burundi. Okay?
No, we moved from Burundi last week.
I'm glad that you pay attention. It is Botswana. Good. Yes, my colleague here pays attention. Right. Famine hides under the granary.
Famine hides under the granary.
What is your interpretation of this proverb?
Famine hides under the granary.
Mm-hmm.
I'll interpret it as sometimes the people closest to us may miss the signs completely. Because I want to imagine that granary means there's abundance of food, and in this context there's still famine that's hiding under it. So I can interpret it as sometimes you may be close to someone but you may be missing the signs.
That is a very interesting interpretation. Thank you.
Yeah.
So I think in this proverb we have two components. We have farming, that is the farm, and the granary. You find that the plants are being planted in the farm, but they'll be stored in the granary.
Mm-hmm.
So you can be able to see a farm somewhere with nothing, but you won't be able to tell that the crops which were there, they are in the granary, not in the farm after they have ripe, rather they have been harvested.
Yes.
So most of the time, how I can interpret it is that those people who are working hard, or rather who are doing something, there's one person, those people who are working hard, their efforts, they can be described they are not seen, but there is one person where all the glory goes to.
Very good interpretation. Very
nice.
Interpretation. Very nice.
Yeah. People are working very hard, but you only notice someone. Someone carries all the glory.
Yeah.
That's a good one. That's a good one, very much, Naomi. Now, let's talk about what we want to talk about today. This is our Health Friday conversation. Today, we're going to have two Health Friday conversations. There's a new Health CS. So the next hour, we'll talk about what the Health CS should expect when she gets into office. But this one is about adolescents and their sexual and reproductive health rights.
Yes. Yeah.
Now, this is something that people always talk about, sexual and reproductive health rights for adolescents. What are those? And I want to start with you, Adeline. When we say sexual and reproductive health rights, what do we mean?
In the context of adolescents, basically, we mean that these are rights, or rather specific rights and needs related to adolescents that help them realize their sexual and reproductive health rights, and also help them to make better life choices. Such rights may be right to information, right to decision making, and also rights to confidentiality. We also talk of right to protection from harm. Yes, this is in the context of adolescence.
Why is it important? I mean, children have rights. Why do we now come and start categorizing them as sexual and reproductive health rights? Why are these sexual and reproductive health rights important for children?
Such rights are important because I'd like to bring in some data. From the Africa Center of Experts on the Rights of Welfare of the Child. It was released in 2022. It stated that teenage pregnancy in Africa is at 25%, and Africa is mostly affected due to poverty, low level of education, economic status, and community attitudes. And also, pregnancy and childbirth complications are the leading causes of death among girls 15 to 19 years. And violence against children is 18% in Kenya, which is the highest compared to other countries. So that's why sexual and reproductive health rights among adolescents is very key to talk about, because now we just want to create awareness on the issues that are affecting young people, and we want not just the adolescents but even the community members. We want the whole society to know about them, so that we can help them. We can help them make better life choices.
Okay. What are the challenges in this, Naomi?
So some of the challenges we are having, currently we are having absent parents. And most of the time I usually say sometimes it's hard even to blame them, because you want your kids to eat and go to school. So you leave early in the house and come back late in the house. And at the end of the day, these kids are started being influenced by media, by peer pressure. So as a result of that, when the kids are being influenced by such the media and the peer and also the environment status, they don't have somebody to teach them what is supposed. So that has really caused a lot of things, lack of awareness, or rather they have inadequate information. You find that there's a day I was talking to the teens. They were telling me, Erin is ball. Me ball tunjo na gopa. Hence they don't have information about HIV/AIDS. They don't have information about hepatitis B and sexual transmitted diseases, which are also threat to them.
So the biggest threat to them is pregnancy.
Why? I think the responsibility of raising the kids. They feel that, I cannot raise a kid because I lack. So that has really brought a lot of issues with us. So the biggest thing that the inadequate knowledge about reproductive health. Because if you have, I was talking to Adolescent, I was telling her, if you are able to know about the challenge at a certain stage in life, you'll be able to prepare how you will deal with it later. So the biggest problem we are having is knowledge gap.
Do you think adults are okay with this?
Yes.
Do you think adults are okay with that? Because adolescents are children, okay?
Sure.
We look at them as children. Do you think parents are okay with their children getting this awareness, this information about, their sexual and reproductive health rights, having these conversations?
I'll say part of them they're okay and part of them they're not okay, because we're also having challenges like religious and cultural issues, where they believe you should not talk to a child about sex because it's a taboo. And some of them even they're saying it's sin to talk to a child about sex. And you see currently, if I'm to be true to you, children are starting sex at as early as 4 years. Yesterday I had a very, very productive meeting with the ECD teachers. They were telling me even young kids, a 4-year child is practicing sex for money. 4 year. 4 year. Sex for money. And
wait, willingly or being coerced by an adult?
With a child, we don't say they are willingly. A child does not, he doesn't have the willpower to give a consent for sex.
A 4-year-old child has no agency, basically.
Sure.
How do they even solicit? Because if they're doing it for money, there has been an adult involved somewhere.
There is. I can give one scenario where a class 7 was practicing sex and the neighbor was the one who was being paid. Well, the mother was walking in town. You see such situations. So, and the adults are in.
How old is the standard 7 child?
13 years.
13 years.
What is the sexual debut? Let's talk about urban centers. At what age do we have as documented at a time when children actually first encounter any sexual activity?
Currently, we are talking about the minimum is 15 years currently. But as the last research, but currently, we are having them even at 9 years.
Yes.
9 years. 9 years.
Wow.
There's something you mentioned about the knowledge gap.
Sorry?
You mentioned about the knowledge gap.
Yeah.
That is serious. And it can lead to many problems. But how do we determine the knowledge gap? How do we measure? How do we know that there's enough knowledge, there's insufficient knowledge? How?
So we talk about the indicators that we're having in the health facilities, the indicators we are having.
Yes.
When you see currently we are having in Nairobi County, even in Kenya, we are having high rate of gender-based violence, we are having high rate of teen pregnancy, we are having high rate of HIV infection currently among the adolescents. So those indicators, when you get such indicators at a high rate, it means there is something missing. That's why we have reached there as a country. So those indicators are the ones which are able to guide us about what is happening on the ground. And at the same time as the school health program from Nairobi County, we were able to do baseline assessment in February, and we saw there is knowledge gap.
If you look at what you've just said, and I believe it is true, What else contributes to this? Okay, you said there's a knowledge gap, but what else leads adolescents to be involved in the activities that then provide data for the issues that we were speaking of? What else would bring them to this point?
Poverty. Yes. High rate of poverty. We have issues like the adolescents. They are selling their body even in order to get money to buy parts. And you find these young men, we call them Morio. They tell them that I want to help you so that you may not be having your periods and you'll be able to go to school. And then as a result, they sleep with them, they impregnate them. At the end, those girls, they forget that after the pregnancy, they'll go back to their menses. Number two, we call them mature minors. Those are family led by children, and they have to look food for their siblings. So they end up practicing sex for money in order to provide for their families. Even our infrastructure currently, you find that a family of 10, they are living in one room, and we are having the same one room. The father and mother, they sleep there. They only partition with curtains. So you find that when they are having sex, the children are hearing what they are doing. And as a result, the children try to practice to get to find out if mom and dad are doing this, how do they feel? Because when they feel, you know what goes on when people are having sex. So the children tend to copy from their parents. Those things have really contributed, and I think it's a high time we stand and see what we can do as a person, as a community. I was talking about it as a person, what can I do? As a community, what can we do? As a school, what can we do? As a country, what can we do? As the whole county, what can we do about this?
The statistics we speak of, do they cover both urban and rural areas equally, or do we see differences in these two demographics?
We see some differences, and especially we've been working with Naomi. Mostly we are targeting young people from marginalized communities. The statistics are higher among marginalized communities.
In urban or in rural areas?
In rural areas.
Yes.
Yeah, but also in urban areas. But like in this context, I'm talking about marginalized communities, but in Nairobi County.
Okay, how do you determine that a community is marginalized? What do they need to have? What is it about them? What are the indicators?
The poverty levels in poverty levels, and also like in this context of schools, we see most of the schools that we've been engaging, these schools have a very high number of students. So most of the time, let's talk about the teachers. The teachers are chasing deadlines. They also they have syllabus to cover, but at the same time, they don't have enough time, or rather they can't be chasing two things. They can't be chasing to cover a syllabus, and at the same time, they also want to include information about sexual and reproductive health rights to the schools. So this is among one of the challenges that Naomi was talking about. I think it's bringing about the topic on information gap. Yes. Yeah.
You know, when we talk about poverty and we talk about urban areas, and you talk about the numbers, the bulk of the people who live in urban centers tend to live in these low rent areas, where there's some economical constraints.
Yes.
Okay. So you are saying that the weight of this problem, given the poverty levels, you are more likely to find them in places where people are essentially poor. That's what we're saying.
Mostly you are going to find where people are poor, but you're also going to find a slight percentage from where also people are very rich.
Yes.
Yeah. The higher percentage is where people are poor. But at the same time, as per our county, as per the country, even the rich people are now being affected.
And for the same reason? Poverty aside, of course. Yes.
Poverty aside, I've talked about knowledge gap.
Yes. You know, the reason why I asked this question and why I'm repeating it is this. I am looking at the number of NGOs and institutions that I know deal with young people, deal with adolescents. There are really many. Okay. people in the space of what we're calling reproductive health. Now, are we saying that, and given the messaging and given the sensitization processes that they've undertaken over time and over the years, and we are saying that with all this information, there's still a knowledge gap. That's what's concerning me.
So I just want to comment on that. We are having so many NGOs, we are having so many people participating in the reproductive health. Number one, I think we'll be launching our manual on school health program, and reproductive health is under the thematic area of gender issues. What kind of information are they giving it? And why are they in the space? Most of the time I ask myself, are we in this space to support the adolescents, or are we in this place to gain? Are you getting me? We are having that issue. Am I in this space to support the adolescents or to gain as a person? Are you getting me?
What would you be gaining?
Probably I'm getting funds from the donors.
And not doing anything?
And not doing anything.
But the basic that you just ought to do is pass on information.
Sure. Because if I'm to give a message today, I create awareness. It should be continuously for some times. After some time, if, for instance, let me give an example. I visit a school. It has got like 10 cases of teen pregnancy. I go talk to the learners in that school. I keep on, when you are supporting somebody, I was talking to people, I usually say, any adolescents who have started sex, it needs a process to be supported. Are you getting me? I go and give 2 sections in a school and I go. That will not support, that is not creating awareness. I go, I talk to the adolescents, I move with them, I give them information about referral pathway, and that is where now the NGOs have to work with the government. Because when they go, who will continue with what they were doing? And it should be continuous. Are you getting me? So it's all about making sure, I'll talk to the NGOs, when you implement in a school, you are creating awareness about SRH, kindly go back and you see if you are successful. Because if I'm giving information, the way he's talking about giving information, I expect if we had 10 cases of pregnancy this year, next year we might have 2 or 3 or even 5, even 6. It will show we are doing something. So the period they are giving those sections, they should be realistic, and they should be smart.
And that's the guideline you'll be launching soon?
Sure.
Okay, let's take a break. We'll continue this conversation. Naomi Kigani is with the Nairobi City County Government in the Department of School Health, and Adeline Nyange is a project officer, Africa Youth Transformation. We are talking about sexual and reproductive health for adolescents, focusing on Nairobi, and of course now looking at it from across the country. We'll be back shortly. Keep it here.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
What? My head is aching, shoulders paining, and it's like I'm adding weight very fast. Now, by the way, see, I thought you are... Nilifikiri umefanya ile kitu. No, I know what you are thinking. I'm not pregnant. Not now. Now, when you haven't heard about Aga Khan Hospital, they have a wellness program.
Aga Khan University Hospital has made medical checkups more available through their subsidized wellness package at 9,950 for a comprehensive medical checkup. Don't wait for a health scare. Do your health check at the Aga Khan University Hospital clinics in your neighborhood today. Get your vitals checked today. Call 0111 011 888 for more information.
Hey, baba boy, gas imeisha, shopping imeisha, na ujue tokens bado zinalia.
Msupa, nipe mbao na 20 minutes.
Mbao, like 20 bob. Hey. 20 minutes, kwani kuna nini? Na ujue mimi nataka kupika haki.
Jaber, kwani ujui dakika mamilini every 20 minutes, halafu wanapea na 10 million every 20 minutes, na hadi kuna 3 millionaires every hour.
Taka mamili virahisi. Okoh na nafasi 3 ya kuwa millionaire kila awa. Usipitwe, cheza daka, ushike mita yako sasa. Chagua nambari zako 4 za bahati and win up to 10 million every 20 minutes. Nenda kwenye paybill 440440. Account Spice amount. Cheza na shilingi 20 hadi shilingi 2000 na ushinde mamilioni. Daka mita, kuwa bingwa.
The weather with Spice FM.
15 degrees and cloudy in Nairobi, Kakamega sunny at 20, Eldoret sunny at 15, Mombasa sunny at 25, Malindi sunny at 26, Kisumu sunny at 21, Nakuru sunny at 16, Nyeri sunny at 14, and then we go to Kampala, which is sunny at 19, Kinshasa 19 and sunny, Lagos 23 and partly cloudy, partly sunny in Johannesburg at 15, Mogadishu sunny at 28, partly sunny, Addis Ababa 16, Dar es Salaam 23 and sunny, France mostly sunny at 18, Beijing heavy rains at 28, London mostly cloudy at 19, and it's a cloudy night in New York at 23.
Chilled Spice.
So James Geshoro Road is usually very busy around this time, especially at the junction into Mzima Spring Road and into the St. Mary's School private road, going all the way to the Mutangari police station, and then it clears. This is coming from ABC Place heading up towards Lavington, and then as you're going towards ABC Place, it begins at the Mutangari police station going all the way to ABC Place. Okay, right. Red Hill Road is good this morning, but Kabete Road is busy as you get into that junction with the Red Hill Road, as into that interchange. How's it looking on Wayaki Way heading towards town? Busy as you approach the Nairobi Expressway entry and the Brookside Grove junction. And then also as you approach Westlands, what used to be the roundabout, which is no longer a roundabout, whatever it is now, at the mall, it's busy. Ring Road, Westlands is also very, very busy. Thika Superhighway is busy getting into town. And then the Wangari Maathai Road heading into Museum Hill Interchange is busy. Uhuru Highway getting into town is busy. Mombasa Road is busy. There's been an issue on the Southern Bypass. It's still going on. So if you can avoid the Southern Bypass, please do. It is very busy. All right, Thika Superhighway, it stretches to Allsops all the way. Out to Pipeline when you come to Kiambu Road. And then Jogoo Road, you can see it's also very, very, very busy. Juja Road, somebody said we should tell you, it's moving.
Welcome to Spice FM, the best exclusive radio station bringing you the best mix of the best music ever. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
We are talking about adolescent sexual and reproductive health rights with Naomi Kigani from the Nairobi City County Government, the Department of School Health, and Adeline Nyange from Africa Youth Transformation. She is a project officer there. So there's a lot that's been said and done about youth, and especially youth getting to know about their reproductive health rights, right? We're saying there's been that lack of information, but then there have been very many actors, like City was asking as we went to the break. There have been very many actors in this space. There's been a lot of conversation in this space. There's the actors who are bringing and championing reproductive and health rights, and then there are those in the community who are pushing back. Religion pushing back, culturalists pushing back. So then it means that there's a conversation that's happening about youth and what they need to know about their reproductive health rights. So why do we still see so many young girls and boys not knowing the full spectrum of their reproductive health issues when they only focus on pregnancy? It means that the young boys, because they know they don't have the risk of pregnancy, then they have nothing to worry about, right?
Sure.
Because the young girls are only bothered about as long as nisipate ball.
Sure.
The others, STI, everything else is secondary. Why do we still have this wide gap? I mean, what needs to happen to bridge this and accelerate that, Adeline?
I'd like to talk about today we are here courtesy of the Mekwe project. The Mekwe project is implemented in 5 countries, and right now we're implementing it under Fawe Kenya. Fawe Kenya is trying to address issues of young people and especially adolescents in Nairobi. We are sensitizing young people on this book, and this is in partnership with the Nairobi County government. And so there's this book that was launched by the Ministry of Health in May 2022. It's called The Understanding Adolescents Guide. We are speaking about the information gap that already is seen. So this book touches on 16 topics, and the topics are such as reproductive health rights. We also talk about healthy relationships and communication, abstinence. Abstinence is one of the topics that we've realized that young people are yet to grasp, and we are trying to spread that information. We are trying to curb teenage pregnancies. We are trying to curb the high prevalence rate of infection, of HIV infection, and also so far we've sensitized 15 schools, and we are also sensitizing communities, that is parents and caregivers. So we are trying to still cover the gap cover the information gap that we are experiencing right now.
Is the information gap there because they don't have material? Is it because of a lack of access to material?
No, we can also say there hasn't been age-appropriate information, which is what we are trying to address right now. Now we can talk about that.
Okay. Number one, you've asked why is the information gap there? I think it's a high time every stakeholder to act. If we reach the children, we are not reaching the parent, there is still a gap. If we reach the parent, we are not reaching the community. I talk of the Ngaos, there is still a gap. So there is need to come as stakeholders, everybody, to talk the issue of SRH. As you said, there is also a gap in boys there. Some few weeks ago, I was in a school and the boys requested if they can only see me by themselves without girls. Which means there's still a gap. As a country should accept also the boys are now at danger. Because if I empower a girl, then I'll have a boy who is not empowered. And at the end will remain at the same place. So I'll also ask the NGOs, because when the NGOs are coming down on the ground, they are coming with only programs for girls. So that gap has really created a lot. If I change the girl and I don't change the boy, so we are leaving somebody out. And they are all partners in these sexual activities. So the gap there is we should work as a team. We should not have an NGO doing it alone. And I've been talking to the NGOs mostly when they are doing inception in the county. We should meet the whole stakeholders. The nyumba kumi wazes, as a community, even in a chama, you can talk how you can support your children. If today we are women meeting in a chama, next time we say we come with our adolescents, you also give them information. So everybody should be involved, not the learners alone, even the parents. We should bring them back to know their roles in social reproductive health. Because we find that under the adolescence period, one of the psychologists, Erickson, said that in this period, there is identification versus confusion. So if you leave the adolescents away, you will get confused. And that is what which is giving us gap. We have to work as stakeholders, not one person alone, so that we may achieve.
You said age-appropriate information. And the booklet is addressing that age-appropriate information.
Sure.
Okay. So how is it different? What is it that what is age-appropriate when you talk about reproductive and sexual health rights? These are children who you're saying are mostly likely to be sexually active.
Sure.
Even if they're not sexually active, they know about sex. They're adolescents. They know about it. So what is age-appropriate? How do you package this information?
So in adolescence, we have early adolescents, which start at 10 to 13 years. We have middle adolescents, which starts from 14 to 16 years. And we have on late adolescence, which starts to 17 to 19 years. So at that juncture, you find that the message I'm giving a person in early adolescence is not the message that I'll give a person in late adolescence, because a person in late adolescence is when is when they're starting relationships, which may end up to marriage, and early adolescence is when they are starting discovering themselves. Are you getting me? So when a person who is discovering himself, I'll take him through the changes in his body, or rather her body, so that they may understand the changes. After they understand the changes, I'll talk about the challenges which they might face. And I'll take them through on how to deal with those challenges. And when I'm talking to a person who is in late adolescence, I'll talk to them about the relationships they're about to start, and what to do in those relationships, and what is their right in those relationships. Are you getting me? I cannot place a person who is almost starting relationship with a person who is in early adolescence, because the information will have conflict.
At what point are you going to tell these children about risky sexual behavior?
From as early adolescence also. Because, when they start being attracted to opposite sex, they may tend to try to have sex, because that is where they start experimenting. So as early adolescence, I'll talk about risky sexual behavior. And at the same time, let us also remember, most of our adolescents, this is when we had HIV in Kenya. Some of them, they were born with HIV. I'll also talk about adherence here, and I'll also talk about disclosure, so that those adolescents, they may know their status and what to do. So that also we may prevent the high rate of HIV.
At what point will you talk about condoms and contraceptives?
According to our guidelines, our policies in Kenya, in primary and high schools, we are not supposed to talk about contraceptive.
This is the law.
This is the law. I'm not supposed to talk about condoms, about anything in schools. But that doesn't mean that I should stop it from there. If you get a child who is already sexually active and it happens, you simply refer to the nearby health center where they can be taken through, because there are special cases.
There's a term that was actually invented, because it didn't exist before HIV came in, mature minor. When somebody is already sexually active, the way they are managed or handled is the way you'd manage an adult. Yes, manner. However, there's a key component to what you refer to as age-appropriate material, is the development of the brain. The development of the brain of an adolescent in the early stage, and as they go ahead, as they get older, how it is the brain is able to understand issues, how it's able to synthesize it, how it's able to relate to them, how it's able to relate to a multiplicity of other things, it is important. And I like the term that you used, age-appropriate. However, even if it's age-appropriate, how do you determine that the content is communicated effectively? Because content will probably be the same content. How do you craft it so that, how do you guarantee, and how then do you know that is appropriate? What are the responses that you get that informs you that this information has actually done what it's supposed to do?
So you find that after every section you have given an age-appropriate message, you do evaluation by requesting the adolescents or young people to ask you questions. So according to the questions they ask, you will be able to tell if they have gotten the content or not. At the same time, I like the way it's happening nowadays. When you are leaving the session after having a section with the adolescents, most of them, they'll follow you to get to know more. And this is when also you'll be able to detect a special case which need a follow-up in a health facility. So the age appropriate is good, but sometimes you will find more people. You've talked about mature minor.
Yes.
People who are 15 years, but they are reasoning like adults who are 18 years. I want to give you an incident. A 16-year-old came in the health facility and she told me she need family planning. A Form 1 girl in a national school. And I took her to a room and I asked her, why I know I should not intrude on your rights, but I just want to get to find out why you need this long-term family planning method. And I want to assure you it's a right to receive this service, but we want to discuss let me take you as friends to get to know. So this girl told me, you know, ma'am, I'm married. And my husband is the one who is paying school fees. I don't have a father, I don't have a mother. And I'm bright. She was able to show me her results from school. I'm bright. And I want to finish my school. And the only way I can do it is by just sticking with this man. Are you getting me? You see now, this is one person who you cannot compare with the other 16-year-old normal children. So when you talk about that information, age appropriate, as we talk about age appropriate, we also have special cases. And this is the same person I cannot deny services. And those are their rights. So when you talk of age appropriate, we also have special cases.
Okay. So many of the people that you told us are susceptible to ending up with teen pregnancies and all are circumstance issues.
Sure.
So should we then incorporate circumstance appropriate messaging?
Sure.
Because you cannot just say age appropriate and say the message that you're passing a 13-year-old cuts across clearly because of their circumstances. If there's a 13-year-old who needs an 18-year-old kind of message.
Sure.
And there's a 13-year-old who may even be married for all you know.
Yeah.
Sure, that is. That's what I was talking about. What I'll say, but as our guidelines and policies in Ministry of Education, in collaboration with Ministry of Health, when you get such special cases, that's where we are going to school. We have to refer them in health facilities. The messages are not supposed to be given in school.
There's a component that you mentioned, parents, caregivers, guardians. How do you reach these people? How do you reach this category of citizens?
So one of the ways we reach, we usually have section at the DCC's office and chief barazas, and we also visit religious centers like churches and mosque, and in partnership with Adolescent team, we've been able to do community sections to them. And currently even we are planning to call parents in school so that we may give them this health information. Because also one of the things that is bringing now issues with our adolescents and our parents is also the age gap. The way I was raised is not the environment which I was raised in is not the same environment which is currently with our adolescents. Because when I was raised, I remember just hearing songs from radio and things, but our adolescents now, they can access media at any given time. They can even access pornographic sites. They can access different materials. So, and you see, as a parent, maybe I never went through this. So we need to impact knowledge on them, even how to take control of their children and support them. And currently I'm talking of supporting the adolescents. Supporting, but not judging. Ourselves, we were raised, I remember ukiingia kwa nyumba 6, you will tell my father with capital letters where you are from.
And underline in red.
But today, if my son comes in the house, you shall say, hi, mommy, are you okay? I was here there. Na tunaanza kucheka. But with my father, we used not to have communication. And this one, currently, it cannot be brought to this generation. I think you can tell it by what the Gen Zs are doing. They need to be dialogue. And the parents should be taken through on how to do dialogues with their adolescents in their homes.
You know, I'm interested in finding out how you do this, because then that knowledge gap with the caregivers, the parents, and the guardians is probably what leads to what we're discussing here. Because if there is that level or there is that absence of knowledge, it means at the point when children are growing up and they're being taken care of, this is not something which is discussed at home.
Sure.
Yes.
It is.
So it's more or less left for them to figure out how this thing works.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I'd like to add on to the age appropriate information. On top of that, we are also advocating for giving out the right information. For instance, there's an instance that we went to school and there were cases of 2 girls that were being abused by an older woman. But it took them a long time to report the cases because they didn't have the right information. They didn't know that perpetrators of gender-based violence can also be people from the same gender. So we are also advocating for sharing of the right information. And in this context, information such as gender-based violence can also be perpetrated by people from the same gender.
When a young boy and girl walk into a health facility and they say, you know what, so mambo imefanyika, kumeenda vibaya, makosa imetendeka, there's pregnancy involved, and they're saying we'd like to terminate, what happens?
So, for everything, you don't judge. Number one, as a health worker, you should not judge. They have a right to be listened for. So when a young person has entered the health facility, she said she's pregnant. Number one, ensure there is privacy and get to understand why she wants to procure abortion. At the end, I will not make a decision for her, but at the same time, abortion is not legal in Kenya. I'll take her through the effects of abortion. And I'll take her through the law of Kenya. Because remember, at the adolescent stage is where again they usually break laws a lot. So when you have to give her, the way Adolescent is saying, right information. And also, these adolescents need support. It's just one day ago, I met a girl, I was somewhere, an adolescent. I like spending some time alone writing and watching YouTube to get to know what, when you are working in that field, you have to be at par with the knowledge there, even the shame that is being used there. An adolescent came and hugged me, and she told me she want to commit suicide, she want to do everything. Most of the time, when you're a health worker, you have to put everything down and deal with this situation. Give them the right information and let them make a choice. And most of the time, they usually, after you talk to them, and you cannot do it only for one day. You can give her like around 5 to 6 sections. After that, they'll come out and they'll see the positive on why they should deliver this baby. Because the one thing they also don't know, they also don't know about re-entry policy. Re-entry policy as an adolescent, you have a right, after you've delivered, you have a right to go back to school.
Without any question asked.
Without any questions, and they should accept you back. So I will also talk about re-entry policy. For him to have information, it is not the end of this. And at the same time, we work with I work with AYT, I work with Fawe Kenya, I work with Tumikia Mtoto, I work with different organizations. I'll be able also to secure her. If she comes from a poor background, I'll be able to make a call and say, kindly support for me these adolescents, and they'll get even bursaries after they deliver.
Okay. Ladies, we thank you very much for joining us today and for this conversation. We've been talking about the access to information addressing sexual reproductive health rights for adolescents, joined by Naomi Kigani, School Health Department in Nairobi County, and Adeline Nyange, Project Officer, Africa Youth Transformation. A minute after 9. Good morning.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. The ODM party is today expected to pick replacements for party leaders who were appointed to President William Ruto's cabinet. Odinga will chair a meeting of the Central Management Committee to pick interim officials ahead of elections to pick substantive office holders. The positions up for grabs are 2 deputy party leaders vacated by Cabinet Secretaries Hassan Joho of Mining and Wycliffe Oparanya of Cooperatives, and the ODM chairperson that was held by National Treasury Cabinet Secretary John one body. The committee will also decide on Energy Cabinet Secretary Opiyo Wandai's replacement as ODM Secretary for Political Affairs. The vacant positions have attracted interest from within the party's ranks. Insiders say the party is in favor of returning the positions to the regions that previously produced the occupants. MCAs will not be allowed to introduce an impeachment motion for a governor unless he or she serves at least 6 months in office if a new bill is approved into law. The county government's procedure bill 2024 seeks to provide a clear framework for removing a governor, deputy governor, county speaker, county executive committee member and county secretary. Kiambu Senator Karungo Thangwa, who is sponsoring the bill, said impeachment processes that have occurred in the past have revealed gaps in the current laws in place. Thangwa cited the short timeliness to conclude the process, the type and extent of public participation, and the threshold for determining an impeachment as some of the gaps. In the bill, the time taken for the Senate committee to consider the motion will be increased from 10 to 14 days. Further, Parliament will be required to advertise in at least 2 newspapers inviting the public to give their views. The bill comes after Meru County MCS voted overwhelmingly to impeach Governor Kawira Mwangaza on Thursday.
I vote yes. I vote yes.
It is a no from the residents of Kiricha Ward.
When I want, I vote no.
For the people of Antubete and the mayor at large, I vote yes. For the redemption of mayor, I vote yes.
I vote a strong yes.
It is a yes.
It is a capital N and capital O. No.
Those who did not vote are 0. Those who didn't vote are 3. And then those who voted nay are 17. And the ayes are 49. The ayes have it.
Africa's Public Health Agency is set to declare an Mpox emergency as early as next week, saying the viral infections rate of spreading is alarming as a new variant moves across the Democratic Republic of Congo's borders. Mpox is transmitted through close contact and causes flu-like symptoms and pus-filled lesions. Most cases are mild, but it can kill. The new variant appears to spread more easily through routine close contact, as seems to be the case among children. The Africa Centers for Disease Control and Prevention Director General Jean Kaseya said on Thursday that reported cases in Africa had risen by 79% between 2022 and 2023 and by 160% from 2023 to this year. Police have launched a manhunt for businessman Jimmy Wanjigi for allegedly sponsoring anti-government protests. On Thursday, they raided his home in Nairobi's Muthaiga after trailing a vehicle that was abandoned outside the residence. He is acting inspector of police, Gilbert Masengeli.
We intercepted a personal motor vehicle, Brado model KDC 883R in Muthaiga, at the residence of Jimmy Wanjigi. In the vehicle, we have recovered 4 tear gas canister, 2 Motorola gadgets, 7 assorted touchers for the pocket phones, and 1 mobile phone. Investigators are on the ground and to ascertain more details.
That's the acting inspector general of police, Gilbert Masengeli. In Venezuela, the country's opposition leader has warned of further huge immigration if President Nicolas Maduro stays in power after his disputed re-election. The country's election authority declared Maduro the winner of last month's vote despite not releasing detailed results, sparking protests that have left at least 24 people dead. The opposition has published extensive voting data that shows their candidate Edmundo Gonzalez as a clear winner, which has been supported by many Latin American countries and the United States. Maduro has led the oil-rich country since 2013, presiding over a 90% drop in GDP that pushed more than 7 million of the once wealthy nation's 30 million citizens to immigrate. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state of, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
So somebody said we should give updates on what's happening on Juja Road. So Juja Road, around the entire stretch through into Moi Air Base in through Eastleigh, is busy, my friend, is very busy. But then as you then get into, I think it's Eastleigh, 2nd Avenue, it eases off. And so it will move when you get now to Mohammed Yusuf Hailes Avenue. You will be moving, okay? So it's just busy into Moi Air Base and out of Moi Air Base, that stretch. Thika Superhighway, my goodness, today it is one of those days. It's still at Allsops coming towards town. Kiambu Road is past DCI headquarters coming towards town. That is really bad. Limuru Road is busy as you head out. No, as you head in, well, you never know. There's a construction ongoing on Limuru Road. So Limuru Road is busy around Karuro area, both ways. And then in Parklands, heading in towards town, is also busy. Wayakiwe into town is busy around the Mogoga Green area and the Brookside Grove Junction. And then Mombasa Road is busy. We've been having an issue on the southern bypass. The way out of Mombasa Road into Langata Road is clear. Now from Langata Road coming towards Mombasa Road, that's where you'll find some issues. But just be patient. We're getting out of the traffic hours soon.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the situation.
11 minutes after 9. Good morning and welcome to the final hour of the Situation Room. Asante sana for keeping it here, keeping it locked. For all those that start the show at 6 a.m. with us and stay on all the way until 10 a.m. We appreciate you and we really value your presence. And even those who are joining us halfway or throughout the show at any point in the show and getting out because of various becauses, asante. We still also appreciate you, Senor. But all of you would like to urge you, if you are in country, if you are in Kenya, please go for medical checkup. It's important. Comprehensive medical checkup. Courtesy of the Aga Khan University Hospital. Go to any of their clinics for only 9,950 shillings. You will be able to get a comprehensive medical checkup done and you'll get your results. And at least you get to know what you're dealing with. If there's an issue, you start addressing it. If there's none, but there's a risk, you start dealing with the risks. It's important for all those things to happen. Senor? Senor kweli?
Hapo ni ukweli kabisa wana.
Very good. We have new cabinet secretaries, 19 of them. Senor?
19 eh?
19.
Ni 19. Lakini kuna wili, kuna wengine but no.
Those two are being vetted.
And the one today. Kuna space bado imebaki ile ya tourism.
Kuna space ya tourism ambayo needs to be filled.
Then kuna wili.
Then there's the cabinet secretary nominee for East African Community and Regional Development, who is yet to be vetted, and the AG, who is also yet to be vetted. All right? But one who was vetted and passed with flying colors, according to the Committee on Appointments, and was sworn in yesterday, is the Cabinet Secretary for Health. What's her name?
Deborah. It's written Deborah. Deborah Mlongo Barasa.
Dr. Deborah Barasa is the new Cabinet Secretary for Health.
Yes.
She took her oath of office yesterday and promised to conscientiously work to deliver for this. This is our second Health Friday conversation today. We want to say, so how is her entry going to look like? Looking like as she got into office yesterday. Dr. Tim Theuri, the CEO of the Kenya Healthcare Federation, is our guest. Dr. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm very well.
Good to have you here again.
Cold morning.
It is, eh?
It's chilly. You know, you say cold. It's like when they're going to breeze. This thing is chilly.
Is it still misty out there?
Yeah, it's quite misty as well.
Hiya.
Yes. Yeah.
This weather app is saying that it's cloudy.
No, it's quite misty.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a cloudy plus misty.
Is it telling us something? Because it seems to be on Thursday, Mandamano Day, and in a kuja, and then then Friday, then in a descent in a cloud, so mist. So hiyo sasa, I mean this,
iko maneno.
Tunaambiwa
Nairobians mkae nyumbani.
Iko maneno hapa. Iko maneno. City, welcome Dr. Theuri with the day's proverb.
Yes. This is our final proverb from the Republic of Botswana. Okay? Daktari, I'd like to ask you a question.
Yes.
Two, okay?
Yeah.
This is one of the pitfalls of being a doctor. Unauliza maswali mingi. One, okay? Our proverbs for this week, last week, and the week which is to follow are from landlocked African countries. Please name one landlocked African country. Now,
Central African Republic.
Good man. He didn't even let me get to don't mention Uganda. He just went Central African Republic. Correct, it is. Okay, now question number 2. This country we live in is called Kenya.
Yes.
So the person who is a citizen, now mwenyeji, what do you call him? A
Kenyan.
And when there are many?
Kenyans.
Okay, now.
And the language?
Kenyanese. It is Kenyanese because we will mix languages when we speak. That is like we will mix it. Depending on who you're talking to, there'll be English, there's Kiswahili, and then there's mother tongue thrown in, then there's Sheng thrown in,
and then Tulu.
All in. Now, so in the country of Botswana, would you have an idea of one Botswanan is called?
Would I don't know.
Okay, then, if there are many, what do you call them?
I'd possibly go with Botswanans, I don't know.
Do not worry. Even I didn't know before I looked it up. One, Motswana.
Motswana.
Yes, many Botswana. Batua.
Botswana.
Yes.
Botswana. And Motswana.
Yes.
Motswana.
Yes. One is
Motswana. I get a chance to ask you.
Yes.
The citizens of Seychelles.
Yes.
What are they called?
Social war.
She got it.
Try another one.
Good one.
Good one, eh? Asante sana.
Tupatie proverb.
Proverb nikupatia, okay? Famine hides under the granary.
Famine hides under the granary.
Good one. This is from Botswana.
It's from Botswana, yes.
What do you think?
What do I think? Famine hides under the granary.
Famine.
Oh, famine.
Yes.
Famine. Famine.
Hides under the granary.
Yes.
That's a good one. Ukame. Hiyo tufikirie tukiendelea.
Sawa.
Wewe ni mgeni.
Welcome.
Kwa hivyo, we'll come back to you.
We'll come back.
For sure.
This one is quite a bit cryptic, eh?
It is, yes.
Famine hides under the granary.
Yes.
Okay. Anyway, first of all, what is the Kenya Healthcare Federation?
Kenya Healthcare Federation is the largest non-state actor in health, with over 260 business member organizations spanning the entire value chain. So what we do on a day-to-day basis is taking care of our members, allowing for an enabled business environment, and ensuring that healthcare is provided to Kenyans in an affordable, efficient, and available manner. You could have healthcare that is affordable but unavailable, and our work is to ensure that all those three converge at the point where the Kenya needs it. We are quite keen on optimizing the relationship between those who seek care and those who provide it, because I believe healthcare should seek to optimize that relationship, and everything else is just supportive of it.
260 member organizations?
Yes.
Those are many. All of them only in the healthcare space?
Healthcare space. You'll find companies that have interest in health will also join, including banks that are interested in banking the sector, fintech companies that are providing technology solutions and financial services as well. So it is quite the cocktail, if you were to ask me. What we do is something I struggle answering, because if there's a crisis, it will land on my desk. If there's celebrations, they also land on my desk. So it is basically everything.
So let me just try and guess. There are various doctor associations, for example.
For sure, we
right?
have professional associations.
So those professional associations, each of them then becomes a member of the
KHF,
Healthcare Federation.
Yeah.
The service providers.
Yes, we have hospital associations.
We have hospital associations.
Exactly.
Rural Hospital Association.
Kenya Association of Private Hospitals, Christian Health Association of Kenya, KCCB, SUPKEM.
What is KCCB?
Kenya Conference of Catholic Bishops. Okay. Yeah. That's a Catholic church, basically. They're more known for education, but they also have...
they do have hospitals.
Many hospitals.
They do have hospitals.
Yep.
The SUPKEM, that's the Muslims, the Hindus as well. So it's quite the cocktail, if you were to ask me.
Nurses
as well, the nurses associations.
Lab techs, technicians.
All of them.
So all of them in all those associations then all come under the federation?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So when they have issues, there are some issues that they can advocate directly.
Yes.
And there are issues that are then cross-cutting that come to you.
Yeah.
I'm sure that an issue of universal health coverage and the rollout of universal health coverage comes under you then.
Yeah, for sure.
Right?
Yeah.
And making sure that we have access, like you said, affordable, accessible healthcare across the board also comes under you.
Yes.
Do you get pulled into thinking private and public? Because I can imagine that you have all these faith-based healthcare providers who are the bulk of healthcare providers in the country. You've got private healthcare providers. Then government healthcare providers are not your members. It's only the people who work that are your members. So do you find yourselves then just advocating for private health?
I will put some statistics as per the 2024 economic survey that was released, I think, in Q2 of this year. That's a calendar year. 50 54% of the care in the country is with non-state actors. 46% being private, that is for profit and not for profit, and then 8% being faith-based and CSOs.
So that again, 8%
being
is faith-based.
Faith-based, and the CSOs at community level. The rest is now with government. We have about 100,273 beds as per that report in the country. So you can do the math just to disaggregate those figures. The public side tends to have a higher bed occupancy rate than the private sector, but the private sector will have a higher per bed, per patient, per unit time turnover. So the number of people who are going through a bed is higher in the private sector.
Okay.
You ask whether we advocate for private. What we advocate for is an enabled business environment. That is what we are keen on, yeah? For two reasons only. One, Kenyans are not lazy. Kenyans are asking for an opportunity. Give them an opportunity. That's what we advocate for. So we'll advocate for policies, for taxes that allow people to do business. That's what we advocate for. The second thing that we advocate for, like I said, the first one was an enabled business environment, and then the second one was that opportunity to do that business. Most of the businesses that we handle are SMEs, about 80% of them. And out of that, about 62% are owned by women and youth. So these are businesses that just require liquidity to function. So that is currently what is hot on my desk as we speak. We have anywhere between 28 all the way to 60% exposure for some of these businesses to NHIF business, now the Social Health Authority. So if that authority is not well capitalized and funded, then you can begin to see the crisis that we have in the sector, because we are a liquidity business. If you have to just speak the truth of the matter. Unlike education, health has not had the benefit of a unified a sector, if I may call it that way. Because if the Minister for Education says schools will open 2 weeks from now, all schools will open 2 weeks from now, our sector has not been able to enjoy that harmony. And I think among the things on the entry for Waziri will be that, to ensure that you have good harmonization in the sector.
Why is there no harmonization?
It's how the sector developed, all the way from independence. So we had the public sector taken care of by government, and that developed along one channel, and then it reached a point where there was a need in the early 90s for alternative care, and that's how now the non-state actors came into play. And if you look even at the budgeting, traditionally, we've not, as a sector, received a good portion of, in terms of percentage, compared to other sectors like education, yet health is a public good. I think it is the only public good that is yet to be, let me say, sorted or taken up fully by government. This time round, there has been quite the conversation on health. The Kenya Kwanza government has talked about health, up to and including when the cabinet was being dissolved. His Excellency the President talked about his health agenda. And even yesterday he mentioned the health agenda. So I want to think that it's quite central in his vision. When I look at the physical space we have as a country, I don't think it's going to expand, not at least for the next 3 years. So the people who can build scale and continue to offer and bridge that gap, and in a responsible way, will be non-state actors. So for Waziri, how does she bridge this gap?
Okay. how does she look into accommodating and making the business environment conducive
exactly
for the non-state actors who are playing in this space? I usually have a problem with these issues because I see, like you said, health, education, public good. Education has continued to receive the bulk of the budget.
I think 600 to 700 billion in this.
But if you look at education, the provision of quality education in the public has been going under as private sector rises, right? So more and more people, particularly in the basic education and in primary school, are ending up taking their children to some form of private school, whether it's low, middle, or high cost. But they are choosing not to go to a public because the publics are not developed. It's the privates that are developing. And so that has continued to affect now the cost of provision of education for many people into secondary school, where now there's secondary school, there's no, apart from day schools, there's no free education per se, and it becomes very expensive for very many people. You champion access to affordable, accessible health. Now, affordability would obviously, if you're looking at private and public, public would be more affordable if it was more accessible.
Yes.
Public has more beds, like you've just said. More beds in...
Private now has more beds.
Private has now more beds.
Could you just mention the ratio?
54%.
54%.
For 54% of people
bed capacity
going
in the country.
In the country.
Yeah.
Is it bed capacity or is it people going to?
Bed capacity.
Okay.
Yeah. Of course, public will enjoy a higher food flow. Yeah.
Okay. So the higher provision of healthcare in this country is by private.
Yes.
Okay. And only 46%, less than half, are going to public. Who are in this whole conversation about social health authority, there are two elements of the social health authority funds that are public taxpayer funded.
Yes.
The primary and the emergency and critical and chronic illness. Where should this money go?
Where should this money go?
Yes. Should it go to public? Should it go to private?
I think it should go to providing care for Kenyans, and I'm not being political in my answer. The reason I say that is because what is a Kenyan interested in?
Healthcare. Yep.
Now, the reimbursement rate will not change whether you're in public or private. So if I'm a dental surgeon by training, so if I'm supposed to get my teeth cleaned, then that say should cost maybe 5,000 or 2,000, whatever. Then whether I go to public or private, the reimbursement rate remains the same. Government will tend to enjoy some form of subsidy because healthcare, the labor is taken care of. The buildings have already been taken care of. On the other side now, those are cost points for
the private sector.
Now, in terms of employment, if you are to look at the other indirect benefits of having the two sectors go hand in hand, we'll have people employed in both sides. As per the Health Labour Market Assessment report, the private or the non-state actors are employing 7%. The growth in employment has been at 7%, while in the public side has been at 4%. Yeah. So the indirect benefits when it comes to the ecosystem will be derived a little more because of the way money moves in the sector when you come to the to the private side. I have been a huge champion of a working public side because if the public side works, then automatically the private sector side will work. It goes hand in hand. Yeah. So I don't see that line from where I sit because with our work together with the ministry, that is what we champion for.
Can you explain this to me? When you say if the public sector works, the private sector will work, well, elaborate on this, please.
All right. So, for example, if the facility that is public next to you has commodities, has health workers, it's clean, and you're assured of service when you go there. The non-government facility that is possibly within the same area or enjoying the same catchment area will have to step up, all right, and provide a competitive advantage. And in so doing, we are going to raise the bar for everyone. It's like a rising tide at sea. It will rise with all ship. Yeah.
You know, when you look at health provision, and again, when we talk of the budget, from everything we hear, it's always insufficient. But we in this particular room have a problem whenever we hear of the word insufficiency, whether it's with reference to the county government or the national government. The monies that are available, we never quite see the totality or the comprehensive nature in which that particular money is utilized for you to say it is insufficient. Because the moment the audit queries with regards to expenditure, it means certain things are not clear and some are easily spelled out with clarity. One can't identify, one can't pinpoint what this money was used for. Why do I bring this issue? From everything you've said, the entity that you work for has a clear outline of what it is that they expect. I take the view that because colleagues, schoolmates, classmates, people you know are also at Afya House and they run the various departments in Afya House. So these are conversations you've had.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay?
Yeah.
And I don't think these are conversations you're going to have because you have a new CS. They're conversations you've had. Okay.
Yeah.
Now my question, having had the conversations before, what are the gaps that you have seen? And of these gaps, which ones would you think are the most urgent that would need action on with a new CEO?
Any organization needs three things. It either needs fixing, it either needs optimization, or it either needs growth. The challenge to Waziri now, or the conversation I'd begin to have, would be, of these three things, what is currently taking the lead? Because of course they will be at different ratios and proportions for such a big entity like the Ministry of Health. And in my honest opinion, there's a lot of fixing that needs to be done as we're moving towards optimization. And her being a technical person, I think she carries that advantage of understanding how the sector works. The second...
Repeat that statement again, please.
Her being a technical person...
Yes.
Because she's a doctor.
She's a doctor. She has the advantage of knowing how the sector works.
Has she worked in this sector in Kenya?
In the public sector? In earlier years, yes. Recently, from the documents that I have seen in the public space, she's worked in the health system strengthening bit of health, and we are right in the middle of that. So that is a skill that will be required. The other one is she'll be called upon to offer very good leadership that will lead towards culture change. The biggest barrier to trade in Africa is integrity. Will I trust that when CT says he's going to bring me this, will he deliver? Ama niweka pesa kwanza.
Weka pesa nikupe nusu.
Yeah. So that is the biggest barrier to trade in Africa, and that's why companies like Amazon will really struggle in our continent.
Take a break on that. Let's come back. 24 minutes to 10. Okay. So we now have a new Cabinet Secretary for Health, and her name is Dr. Deborah Barasa. She was sworn in yesterday. I assume she's already, if she's not in Afya House now, she must be in one health facility or one department somewhere, but she should be working. The Director General of Health has also been confirmed. Now he's substantively in office, anakalia na yote mawili. Okay? So this sector now is sort of sorted. So what is it that we should all expect from the Health Ministry? Dr. Tim Theuri, the CEO of the Kenya Healthcare Federation, is our guest.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
What? My head is aching, shoulders paining, and it's like I'm adding weight very fast.
Now, by the way, see, I thought you are...
Nilifikiri umefanya ile kitu. No, I know what you are thinking. I'm not pregnant. Not now.
Now, when you haven't heard about Aga Khan Hospital, they have a wellness program.
Aga Khan University Hospital has made medical checkups more available through their subsidized wellness package at 9,950 for a comprehensive medical checkup. Don't wait for a health scare. Do your health check at the Aga Khan University Hospital clinics in your neighborhood today. Get your vitals checked today. Call 0111 011 888 for more information.
The weather with SpiceFM.
It's misty, it's cloudy, it's cold in Nairobi, 16 degrees Celsius. Well, that's quite cold. It's also quite cloudy in Nyeri. And the sun is now coming out in Nakuru, 19. In Malindi, it's sunny at 28. Mombasa, sunny at 26. Kakamega, sunny at 24. In Eldoret City, mostly sunny at 18. Where? Yeah. Kisumu, did I say it's sunny at 24? Okay, now I've said it. Kinshasa, it's sunny at 21. Kampala, sunny at 22. Johannesburg is sunny at 16. Johannesburg is as cold as Nairobi. We are catching up.
Which means we're getting colder.
Yeah, we're getting colder. Beijing is rain showers at 27. Paris, sunny at 20. New York, cloudy at 24. London, mostly cloudy at 19. Let's come back to Africa. Dar es Salaam, partly sunny at 25. Partly sunny in Addis Ababa at 18. Mogadishu, mostly sunny at 28. And Lagos, Nigeria, 24 and sunny. Kinshasa is sunny at 21.
Spice up your life.
Yeah, you're coming from Embakasi, you're on the Eastern Bypass, you'll find some traffic as you exit Embakasi, and then as you come towards town, you'll find some traffic that's on North Airport Road as well, all the way to City Cabanas. Just be patient, relax. After that, the only traffic you'll find is at the entrance into the expressway, and then just a little bit as you approach General Motors. After that, it just clears. Mombasa Road has been good this morning. Outer Ring Road is busy. It's busy on the Donholm Savannah Road. It's busy at Manyanja Road. It's busy as you get into Enterprise Road. It's busy as you get onto the Jogoo Road, and it's also busy at Kangundo Road Junction, Umoja 1. Quite busy. It's also been very busy on Juja Road this morning, heading into Wards Town and in towards Moi Airbase. So Juja Road is still looking quite busy. Thika Superhighway, just chill, okay? Just chill. It begins at the Garden City Mall, heading towards town. Kiambu Road is improving, but it's still just at Muthaiga Golf Club, and then it clears thereafter. Wangari Maathai Road is moving. Moranga Road is actually not looking so bad. Limuru Road is not bad. And also Kipande Road is actually not bad. Heading towards town, so Museum Hill interchange into town is looking bad. The other ways are also just moving.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
Our conversation continues with Dr. Tim Theuri, the CEO of the Kenya Healthcare Federation. The in-tray for the new Cabinet Secretary for Health, Dr. Deborah Barasa, there's a lot for her to do. So you said one of the things that she will need to work on is to provide good leadership that leads to a culture change at Mafia House. What would this take?
I think one, she needs to have a strategy. And that begins by having a good team around her. That's excellent people who will form part of her advisory team. Strategy drives change in structure. So when there are new CEOs anywhere, among the things that are responsible for their success is the structure around them, and structure is made by people. So she will need an excellent senior management team with her as well.
Does she get to pick the senior management team? She doesn't pick the principal secretaries.
She doesn't pick the principal
Director General for Health
has recently been confirmed.
Okay.
So there are directors as well within the ministry who are in charge of directorates. I mean, what I've observed from patterns in history is that leaders tend to change the senior management. So I would anticipate that would happen as well from where I sit.
Is it a good thing or a bad thing? Or it depends on how it's
It
done?
depends with how you look at it.
Okay.
We're in the season of change. One of the people who, if I were her, I'd have around me someone who's good at change management, because there are various components of change. There is where you're coming from, where you're going to. People need to understand that, and in them understanding that is you need to communicate, and communication happens on the listener's terms. So you can't communicate what is. You'd be happy to communicate what is in your head, but if it's not being understood, then it's.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
You say a culture change, which means there's a culture, and which means that culture has to be understood. You can't possibly change something you don't really understand.
Yes.
I mean, and that takes time.
Takes some time.
Yes. Now, within any ministry of the government of Kenya,
yes,
they are the mandarins. They are those who run the ministry. Yes, I'm talking about officials who run the ministry.
Yeah, for sure.
I have not taken the conversation to what we hear as individuals called cartels. I'm not going there. No, I'm just talking about the people who run it.
Yeah, for sure. Even in our homes, you could be in charge, but you don't run the home.
Even that in charge thing, I'm wondering, in charge. The person who's in charge, there's clarity as to who's in charge. I don't know why people think there's ambiguity. There's clarity.
There's clarity. Yes, fair enough. Let's proceed.
Yes. So I'm saying something like the Ministry of Health, an entity like that, and you say that we're in a season of change, they would be acutely aware of this.
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah.
It's not often that you find a minister change midstream.
Yes.
And when it happens, as you say, what it forebodes is change. Now, when people get into cocoons of self-preservation, simply because they see and they foresee, and there are those who immediately corral around the leader to ensure that their side of the story is the one which carries weight. This is Kenya.
This is Kenya.
Okay? Now, somebody who has not fully comprehended how that ministry functions, it doesn't matter how well-meaning you are, you will have a huge problem.
I agree with you. The work is there. There's a lot of work to be done. And that's why I began by saying that her leadership will be called upon. And part of any leader in the way you operate are pockets of quietness, where you still your mind and you make the noise go away, so that you're able to have good direction and clarity of where you're going. And that is part of strategy. So she will for sure need that. I think even the PSs that we have are all outsiders from the ministry. They all came from elsewhere, and that tends to be a good thing when you want to institute change, because they bring the freshness of ideas, they bring a new way of thinking, previous learned experiences come into play, and that can also be very, very useful. Actually, today in my morning reading, what I was looking at is when CEOs come in, what tends to happen, and within the first 12 and 14 months and 18 months, and what you find is on average it takes about 3 months for heads to roll, maybe another 8 to 9 months before there are changes in operations, and then by month number 14 is when you begin to see meaningful
to feel the CEO.
Yeah. So, one of the regrets that the same article was saying that these CEOs have is that they tend to miss the people out, not to be people focused. So, I'd be keen to have this conversation with her maybe a year and a half down the line, just to see what her experience has been. But top of my head, we need to change the culture. We are producing excellent documents as a sector that other countries used to work on and further their healthcare. But we also need to work on these documents and implement them. We've largely been outward facing in terms of how we're operating. Our staff will be in co-creation meetings out of the workstation. And that is a good thing. That's how we are getting to develop the documents. But now there needs to be the next phase.
Which is doing.
What
frustrates that doing? Is it the staff that develop the documents that don't want to do? Or is it their bosses who are from elsewhere who keep being changed left, right, and center?
Innately, human beings don't like work, Eric.
Innately, human beings are lazy. That's what
they're
you're
lazy.
saying.
They don't like work. But we have to work for certain things to happen to us. And it is the liking of those things that keeps us at work. So we must change how we're incentivizing the system. So if I'm out of station for work, then I may get a daily sustenance allowance. Being out there, it's a better environment, maybe. I mean, all those things come into play. My working hours, all those things. So we must change how we're incentivizing our workers at the ministry. Technically, she's also running a level 6 facility there, because I think there is a staff establishment of north of 400 doctors.
Wow.
Drawn from various specialties, of course. So it's a big institution. So looking into how her, together with a senior management team, will bring in changes to incentivize and lead to the doing is now part of the strategy that she needs to employ.
Do you think she will have the leeway to implement this? Leeway here, I mean political goodwill, right? Because this ministry, just like many other ministries, but also this ministry has very many political tenterhooks.
Yeah.
Right? Those who are appointed politically, those who rise politically, those who have stayed politically, those who represent certain political interests. Do you think she actually has the broom as she gets into office, that this broom can sweep any corner of this room?
I think the answer would be yes.
You think so?
I think the answer would be yes. Okay. There's been a lot of conversation on health. Like I said, it was the only agenda thing that was talked about, or rather, the president has been very consistent on. So the goodwill, from what I see, is there. The changes that we need to see are not from bad
to us.
No, are not from worse to bad. Some of the places, actually, we are moving from better to best. Some we are moving from good to better. We have very competent people at the ministry. That is given, and like you've said, some of them have risen through the ranks. Others have been introduced externally at various points in the journey. Her work is to now weave all that together and ensure that we have a working machinery there.
So what does she need to do? So, for example, let's just look at the rollout for UHC, which is the most recent example. Laws are passed.
Excellent.
Now it's about implementation. Okay. If we look at how the health ministry under the previous CS worked at that time, so we are hearing messages that are coming from NHIF. You're hearing messages that are coming from the new SHA board. You're hearing messages that are coming from advisors to the president. You're hearing messages that are coming from the ministry itself, the two state departments, and then the CS herself. And there was so much confusion. This rollout has been pushed and pushed and pushed. We don't have clarity whether we are registering for SHA or not, whether we are launching SHA or not. It's because communication has just come from various quarters. That means there are various centers of power. The only thing that has changed is the CS.
Yes, and clearly there is no harmonization. And yet this is a service that by its very nature is critical. Not necessary, critical. Yes.
Like I said, she needs a change manager next to her. For sure. or a change specialist so that they can walk this journey together. When you look at the changes that have come from NHIF to SHA, there are various components that were being changed. There was legal reform, there was operational reform, there was technology delivery reform, and there was also structural reform through introduction of primary care networks and a referral system. So, what those things can happen concurrently, but at the various phases, there's what is supposed to begin as you build up towards the climax. In my opinion, I think the legal reforms have leapfrogged operational reforms, and that's the conundrum we are in right now. If you've worked in places where you're implementing any system, before you have a go live, it takes quite some effort, yeah.
Yep.
And what she needs to do is to work with the industry. That is, have feedback and have a finger on the pulse, so that she's able to get real-time feedback from both the county governments, because that's her other big constituent, and the non-state actors who are us, the Kenya Healthcare Federations of this world. And with that, now she will get very honest feedback and uninterrupted feedback.
Dr. My question is actually,
you asked me what she's supposed to do. I'm telling what she's supposed to do. That's what she's supposed to do. And without that, without those partners on board, it will become very difficult. And you must listen to them, because they're the people who are doing the work. They're the people who are feeling the pinch of a creditor on their door. All right? County governments, we passed the FIF bill. Very soon you're going to see a lot of CCs for health at Senate answering audit queries. The reason is the way the law has been structured is fantastic, but do they have enough people to deliver care at a dispensary? There's maybe 2 or 3 people. They are the people offering care. They're doing the administration work. They have to comply with the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act in their work. So there are definitely going to be gaps. All right, they are well-meaning at that level, but the law is a law. So when the Auditor General comes and sees, okay, this was not followed, audit query. All right, so they have to go and answer those things. So what possibly we need to relook in this tab at UHC is what was wrong with operations first. We correct that. We focused on fraud, wastage, and abuse. Excellent. We must seal the leakages, and I think it is the interest of anyone to seal leakages. Yeah. But are we also rewarding good and best practice within the system? Because everyone is being lumped into the same box.
You're all old, you are eating.
Yeah, you're all thugs. That's what is being said. But that is not the case. We are having facilities that are doing an excellent job. When you look at the quality, Quality Health Awards Kenya, actually, quite a number of public facilities were winning. All right? There's a particular sub-county in Mombasa, Tudor, that collected quite a huge number of these awards. And then that's a good thing. If we were to go to the granular level and look at the way those indices that you look at, you'll find that a lot of good is happening. But you can't balkanize and throw everyone into the same pot. It is happening for this corruption to happen. It's both ways. We have bad providers, but they're not bad in isolation. All right? And our opinion at KHF has always been the bad need to be punished so that there is more for the good people. And on the county government side, they must also look to bolster their collections. And I think that is what FIF, the bill, will also help, because they don't have any incentive to follow their collectibles. Right now, what happened at NHIF was one day in, I think, was it 2019, they woke up and closed the system that they had. And with it, about 9 billion of providers' money. Right now, government agencies will deduct but not remit to NHIF/SHA.
Yep.
That money is in the tune of 26 to 30 billion.
Jeez.
So that what we are saying is, let these people pay first, SHA. And you see, SHA, the Act now says they cannot have monies in interest-earning accounts. So there's no incentive to keep the money.
Yep.
So if it reaches 100 million, they release it.
Release it, pay.
Yeah, and they've been doing that. We've led the national engagement with providers with SHA, and what has come out is there was a steady increase in the money that was circulating within the ecosystem. And when the legal reforms came in, of course, because of the uncertainty and people just holding back, there was a decline. And there's now a lot of distress in the sector. And if we are not careful, possibly an imminent collapse may happen if we are not careful. But because of the nature of health services, it will be a hypertensive death.
Okay.
It will kill you slowly.
Let me ask. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being very confident, what's the level of confidence that the health sector has on the new CS? Putting you on the spot, I know.
You're putting me on the spot.
Yes, we are. That's one of the beautiful things about coming to the show.
I'll give it a 7.
Okay.
All right. A 7 being because we'll assign hope first.
So a lot of it is hope.
A lot of it is hope.
Okay.
And
do you think
and
she enjoys the same kind of level of confidence from, this is the healthcare sector, do you think she's enjoying the same from the county governments? Because she must work.
She must work with the county governments. And that relationship has been very sound.
So do you think that the Council of Governors, the county governments, will extend her accord, have the same kind of confidence?
I think for them will be a watch and wait approach. That's what I think they will do. I have observed that relationship being very, 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 very dicey and sour over the last few years. They will feel that there's been a top-down approach when it comes to them. So in health system strengthening work, which she has done, relationships are at the middle of it. So I hope that she's able to mend that relationship quite quickly, call upon them because they are her other biggest stakeholder, and just have their buy-in and goodwill. For us, we are saying as non-state actors, we are going to give her the goodwill.
The benefit of doubt.
Not the benefit of doubt.
Goodwill.
Yeah?
Goodwill.
Here we are not, here we can't have doubt anymore.
Okay. It's goodwill.
She's already been sworn in. There's already a flag in the car that transports her. So we are past doubt now. So we are giving her goodwill. And with this goodwill, what we are saying is we will support her because we are interested in her success. Her success is our success. And we'll do our best to ensure that that happens. I know time is nearly up, but
it is up.
I will add 2 things. One is she should be keen to ensure there's policy stability in the sector, so that when money comes into the sector, both on the public and the private side, it can be predicted how it's going to behave in terms of cost of credit and also tenure of this credit, because we are going to experience dwindling donor funding into the sector. So the conversation of sustainability has to be had, and you cannot have that outside good business acumen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's end it there. Dr. Tim Theory, CEO of the Kenya Healthcare Federation, has been our guest. Thank you. It's Friday. We're not here tomorrow. Thank you for tuning in to Kenya's biggest conversation this week. Have a lovely weekend. We'll be back on Monday. Ndu, hopefully we'll have her voice back on Monday. See you.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamera. We begin in Nyeri County, where 8 people, including a student, are admitted at